Hello, welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2. Now, a brief backstory. I have never played this game, obviously, that's why it's a Let's Play. I haven't played the first game. This game was recommended to me by someone. I won't get into it, I won't bore you with the details, but I thought it looked pretty good. So, let's jump in. Hopefully my audio is okay. I've been messing around with the filters on OBS, so either I've made a complete meal of it, or we're good to go. New game. Also, I'm using controller. I don't know whether that's going to be a good or a bad thing for me. Difficulty. Tutorials on. I'm going to need the tutorials, yes. Definitely. I'll just go with risky. I always tend to play new games on medium difficulties, so let's have a read through this. The intended difficulty for those happy to be challenged. Broken dice cannot be used. Standard stress tolerance. Death incurs a significant permanent penalty. Okay then. Confirmed. Operator, machinist, or extractor. Well, based on the IGN review, he went with extractor, so let's just have a quick read. I'm not really sure what all of that on the left-hand side is, but Rally. Reboot. Rally. Accrue stress to boost your crew dice. Rally config. +1 stress, +2 to lowest crew dice. Extractor. Extractor sleepers are built to work at the coalface of corporate resource extraction, often in hard vacuum environments. Extractors have a high level of physical endurance, but their confidence means they struggle with tasks requiring intuition. Their rally skill allows them to motivate those in their team, boosting their crew dice. Sleepers assigned to extractor work are often confident, self-sufficient, and a high level of endurance. Oh, it sounds good. So, I guess I've got points in engineer, high endurance. No intuition though. Let's go for it. In the moment before waking, the dark space before conscious thought, you struggle to find the pieces of yourself. Interesting. Usually these pieces come with particular cadence, each appearing sequentially, like the boot process of an old terminal. First your body, artificial, compromise, but relaying sense data all the same, sorry. Not the best at reading, which is going to be tough playing this game because I know there's a lot of reading. Then it's context, the breeze of air filtration, the soft contact of your birth in 0G. Then emotion, coming into focus, coming into your body, bringing with it that first instinct, the one that has framed your past 100 cycles, fear. But that familiar sequence does not arrive. Instead, you are unmoored in space, your body distant, your context silent, even your emotions somehow obscured and scattered. Among all that disarray, only one familiar thing arrives, the fear. It is a scrambled, panicked fear, the drowning fear, falling fear, the fear that makes you reach desperately for any stable point. It is the fear that tells you something is wrong. Something is very wrong with you. Wake, sleeper. The voice is whispered in your ear. An act that makes you suddenly aware of your head, pulsing in pain, your body rigid with tension. Sleeper. A familiar name. A mind copied, emulated. A body built, implanted. One person, sleeping, until their debt is worked away. Their double being made to work, to be consumed, and eventually to be destroyed. A proxy, an emulation, a sleeper. That is what you are. But you escaped. You remember that now? Oh. But you escaped. You remember that now. Broke free of your corporate creators. Essent ARP. In search of a future. You cannot remember the details of your escape, but you know the fear has been with you ever since. All of a sudden, you remember you have eyes, and your eyes flicker open. Can I just say one thing as well? The music in the main menu was so nice. I love music in general, but I really love it when a game or a movie has exceptional music. So based on the music in the menu, I'm hoping the rest of the game has some really good music to go with it too. Pale eyes in a pale face. Lane. The name comes with its own specific sensation of fear. One you recoil from instinctively. Sorry to interrupt. A sharp smirk. But this ends here. You search your mind for more than a name. Is this how you reward me for my generosity? Lane is leaning over your horizontal, floating body, looking down into your eyes. I took you in, protected you, gave you a purpose. You try to look away, to the corners of your vision, to find something you understand. Your body does not respond. But I suppose that wasn't enough. He reaches into the pocket of his jacket and retrieves a small vial. This wasn't enough. The vial glitters. This object you know, and have known for a long time. Stabilizer. The drug that keeps your artificial body, your emulated mind, from inevitable decay. The only balm for your planned obsolescence. The liquid roiling in the vial fills you with disgust. Lane pockets the vial. But it would be wasted on you now. After what you have done to this body of yours. He looks at you with a palpable disgust. Lane's eyes scan your body, and as they do, you become aware of the wires and tubes attached to you. Those that were meant to free you from your dependence. From the stabilizer and the control it grants Lane. They are free, you piece of shit. They don't need you anymore. The voice comes from somewhere behind Lane's head. It is a voice you know. But when you search your mind to try to understand why, you find only dizzying darkness. Shut him up. Lane barks the command, and you hear the sounds of impact, of pain, from elsewhere in the room. You try to move your limbs again, and this time you feel a flicker, the twitch of a finger. You feel the extension and compression of synthetic muscle. Free are you? Lane smirks. You were free when I disabled your tracker, when I gave you the stabilizer you needed. He scans your body with angry eyes. Now, you aren't free. You are just broken. I had such big plans for you, sleeper. I invested in you. Lane grips your arm hard and you feel a jolt of reaction. You will the arm to move, but you have ruined all that. Lane speaks louder over the sound of the struggle behind him. I will try to preserve your body, of course. I have my own uses for it. But your emulation? You feel one of his hands searching behind your head. He finds and grips the thick cable running into the port at the base of your skull. I will burn that out. Lane jerks forward, slamming across your body, then spinning away out of sight. You feel yourself rolling, the cables plugged into your looping and wrapping around your limbs. Then you feel hands steadying you, pulling cables. You glance around wildly and see someone diligently unplugging you. You meet his eyes. So is this guy me then? Your mysterious savior? Who's this guy? That's the guy that's gonna save me. Like I just said, my savior. We don't know his name yet though. Hey! He waves a hand in your dazed face. We need to move. Lane won't be out long. He unloops a cable from around your wrist. Sleeper, help me out here. You blink slowly. Do you know this person? He leans over you. You feel his hands on the connector, flicking switches, releasing locks. Come on, come on, come on. He tugs the connect clear and pulls you up. You see the room you're in for the first time, filled with tech and terminals, wires waving everywhere, all lit by big windows looking out on an impossibly bright, screen-filled street beyond. In the corner you see the dark shape of a floating body surrounded by a glittering constellation of crimson baubles. Is that blood? Move! You are wrestled and shoved towards the door, which slides open in front of you. And then you are out in all the brightness, all that movement, gliding hard towards some unknown destination. You come to a stop in a dark alley. The one who guided you here, pausing to catch his breath. He doubles over beside a massive life support unit that sends a lukewarm breeze across your skin. You stare at him, trying to recall anything about him. You noticed his tattered jacket, his lightweight clothes. You remember this station runs hot. Something about the power that flows through the place. He looks up and meets your eye. What's going on, Sleeper? He wipes sweat away from his forehead and it floats away in a swarm of spheres. Talk to me. Who are you? You see a concerned frown across his face. Don't mess with me, Sleeper. That's not funny. He comes closer, eyeing you carefully. What station are we on? He narrows his eyes, waits for the answer. You close your eyes, trying to recall. You force your way through the dark to the image of a station. No, a city. Growing on the back of a vast set of hexagonal solar cells, shadowed by them. You open your eyes. Dark side. The word leaves your mouth like an exhale, an instinct. Before you heard yourself sound it out, you didn't know it was there. So we're in dark side then. He sighs. And me? Who am I? You see something like fear in his eyes. Panic perhaps. You stare hard at his face. The slight upturn of his mouth. The intensity of his stare. Nothing comes. He closes his eyes and drops his head, putting a hand to his temple. The reboot. He's squeaking quietly to himself. Lane interrupted the process and he lifts his head and stares at you. We need to keep going. We need to leave. He turns and kicks off down the alley. Come on, the rig can't be far. As you are led through the passages and serviceways of the station, you try to recall your life here. The texture, the temperature of Darkside feels familiar, but you struggle to pin specific memories to it. Focusing hard, you recall waking up in these passages. Cycle after cycle. The rhythms of the station flowing over you along with the crowds. You recall desperation and the slow decay of your body that caused it. Then Lane, those pale eyes, offering you a glittering vial, stabilizer, the promise of supplying more for your work. A deal he locked you into like a cage. There your memory fails you, but in the dark beyond that moment, the residue of panic, of fear, remains. You were Lane's prisoner, Lane's plaything. You shudder in the cold passage. Wait. Your guide holds up a hand, and you stop your glide using the wall. Ahead, you see the tunnel opens into a wide open bay, with a few doors leading to cylindrical tunnels, the docks. They're watching the rig. He nods towards the docks, and you see one of the doors has a couple of figures flanking it. One covered in ornate tattoos, the other with bright silver implants along their cheekbones. How do I say that? Utsubo? Utsubo. Lane's guys. He looks at you and shakes his head in frustration. All this, it's not coming back to you, is it? Something catches your eye and you see he is playing with a coin, nervously turning it over and over in his fingers. He sees you looking and slips it away. He places a hand on his chest. I'm Seraphine, alright? He looks pained when he speaks. Lane? He was our captor. Both of us. We did this so we could escape. We needed to reboot you, to break your dependence on stabilizer. He pauses. You know what that is, right? You nod meekly. But Lane interrupted me back there. The reboot didn't complete and... He sighs and shakes his head. We can still make this work. He looks back at the docks. I'll lead them away. You get the docking bridge open. If we make it to the rig, I know how to get us in. Got that? He searches your face for a sign of recognition. I've got it. Get the door open. He pats you on the shoulder. I know you can do this. Tongue twister. Seraphine kicks off hard and glides into the docks. Over here, shitheads. He bellows to the guards as he barrels through. They immediately push off from the wall, giving chase. Okay, here we go. During scenes, you may encounter skill checks, where you can perform certain actions using your skills. Like the dice actions you will encounter later, skill checks have a positive, neutral, or negative outcome. The better the rating of your skill, the more likely you will succeed on a check. The odds of success are displayed when you select the check. You can see more info in the guide section of the pause menu. Wait. Just wanted to have a look at all these different things. So, I'm better with break the steel? Well, that's what I'm going to go with. Neutral outcome. You shift to the central access. You shift to the central access panel and wrench it open. You scan over the mechanism looking for a weakness. Somewhere nearby you hear more shouting. You reach in and grab the main latch, braining as you bend it outward. The seal releases, and you drag the door halfway open. It screeches in its metal frame as you pull. Go! Seraphine flies past you, through the doorway, into the docking tunnel. You turn to see the two guards approaching fast across the docks, and quickly glide after Seraphine. We do a lot of gliding in this game. Seraphine is already at the rig's door, inputting the entry code. The rig's door scissors open, and you both rush inside. Quickly, Seraphine grabs you by the arm and drags you up to the cockpit, the ship's layout hazy in your mind. He dumps you in a flight seat and straps himself into his own. You see him tap a series of buttons as he does, talking to himself. Come on! The rig's drive rumbles into life and Seraphine slams a button on the console. You feel the force of the ship's acceleration as it pulls away. Let's get out of here! Alright. Quick. As the ship glides into As the ship glides into place on the connecting bridge, its automatic systems nudged there by... Why does that sound weird? Its automatic systems nudged there by the port's docking protocols. You feel a sense of relief. Seraphine burned hard out of Darkside, and you dropped in and out of consciousness in your seat as the rig made its way across the belt. But now, with open space between you and Lane, you feel fresher, more awake. Oh, the music's starting to sound good. Seraphine breaks the silence. We're good, sleeper. His eyes don't leave the monitor, and you realise this part of your escape is routine for him. You and he must have docked this ship countless times in your work for Lane. The problem is, you don't remember any of them. We made it, he whispers, closing his eyes and letting out a sigh. We certainly did. He turns, and you see a pained look on his face as if remembering something difficult. Have you said this exact thing to him before? In this same situation? Are you okay? He looks at you, chewing one side of his lip, searching your face. Not really, he puffs. Seraphine reaches up, flicking through a set of switches in a practiced fashion, completing the shutdown. You watch, a little frustrated with your own uselessness. Running the rig, you realise it's just another thing you've forgotten. A clunk that runs through the walls of the ship is followed by a short percussive alarm tone from the pilot's console. Docking complete. Can I just say I love the art style, the sort of anime art style, if you will. I'm interested to find out why all of the images of the characters look like they're floating. I guess I'll find out at some point. Is it? Well, maybe it's just because they're in space. Seraphine kicks off from his seat, twisting as he gliding again as he glides past you towards the back of the cockpit. It's because there's no gravity, isn't it? His hands find the rails on either side of the door and he pauses, facing into the corridor beyond. He turns back to you, backlit in cold cayenne. We need a plan. He glances around. Lane's not going to let us slip away quietly, he sighs. We keep running. Seraphine nods. That's what it feels like, right? That we can never get far enough away from that shithead. You see a shiver run through him and know that he suffered as much as you did under Lane. We have bought ourselves some time. He glances through the cockpit window at the blinking lights of the station. You may not remember Hexport, but I do, and there are plenty of opportunities here for us. If we can keep our heads down. He turns back to the corridor. That's what we'll do. He pushes off and glides towards the main lock. And you follow, pulling yourself along, hand over hand, in 0G. I'm a moron. We already emptied the tank on this thing. He slaps a hand against the ship's insides. So, we need to refuel, and that won't be cheap. But if you and I know one thing, Sleeper, it's how to work. I'm gonna get myself reacquainted. See if I can turn up any old connections. People that might throw us an easy contract. You. He glances back over his shoulder. You keep out of trouble. Low profile. Got it. Seraphim stops at the airlock. Stopping the reboot halfway through. He pulls a worn crew jacket from a locker and starts pulling it on. You don't know what that did to you. He jams an arm into a sleeve. I don't want you passing out in... He stops. I'll be fine. Seraphim drops his head, swearing to himself. He grabs another crew jacket and thrusts it at you. Just put the damn hood up, will you? You take it and slip it on. Thank you. Seraphim nods. He stabs at the button to open the lock. The inner door hisses open and Seraphim glides through. Wait for a little bit, then leave. Anyone looking for us will be looking for two people travelling together. He looks at you in your worn jacket, a limited disguise for what is clearly a sleeper. And guys, if I sound really boring or robotic reading this out, it's because I've never had to do this sort of thing. Okay, so this is going to be not only a tutorial of the game, but a tutorial of speaking into the microphone. Oh, here we go. The percussion just comes in and fills me with confidence. Here we go. We meet back here later. Any trouble? Same thing. Meet here. He surveys your disguise again and shakes his head. This is a shitty idea. He gives you one last look. Maybe find yourself something to eat. I thought it was a robot though. Suddenly you recognize Seraphim's instinct to look after you. A flash of a relationship now lost to the reboot. Catch. Seraphim throws a handful of something towards you. You manage to grab the projectiles, and when you open your hand, you see a stack of cryo chits. Those should get you some food. We'll need some more fuel and supplies. He grimaces. That means odd jobs on the station for both of us. Seraphim kicks off and glides down the docking bridge. Don't go too far, alright? He shouts as he leaves. Take it slow. And with that, he is gone. Leaving the connecting bridge and heading into Hexport's docking concourse. You wait for a moment in the silence. Make a plan. You try to think ahead to what might be coming. You'll need work. That's the first step. But what then? Elena will be coming eventually. The sooner you can put some distance between you and Hexport, the better. So that's the plan. Rest, resupply, and run. Okay. Gotta remember. All the years of smoking the devil's lettuce has ruined my memory, but I will try my best to remember to rest, resupply, and run. You shake the thoughts from your head and pull the jacket tight. Let's see what Hexport has to offer you. You kick off and glide into port. Welcome to Citizen Sleeper 2, Starward Vector. The game runs in cycles, during which you can perform actions with your dice. Use cryo to buy food, fuel, supplies, and items. Progress clocks towards new scenes and events. You can review tutorials at any time in the guide section of the pause menu. Okay, man. Select locations with D-pad and A. Scroll the stations with left stick. Rotate the view with right stick. Okay, alright. Very pretty. Very nice. So the rig. Your refuge in the belt. Whoa. The rig is your ship and home in the Starward Belt. While the rig is docked at the hub, at a hub, there are multiple areas you can visit. Bunks, use dice to reduce stress. Galley, use supplies to regain energy. Other locations will unlock as you play. While the rig is in dock at a hub, your crew will also help to gather resources to contribute to the upkeep of the ship. You can choose which resources they should focus on in the crew task menu to the left. They have a random chance of acquiring it at the beginning of the following cycle. Okay, just 1 second, guys. Just wanted to quickly look at something on my other screen. Okay. You put some distance between you and Lane, but you're sure that he'll close the gap as soon as he is able. Let's take another look at all this. Rig bunks, okay. So... okay. Shit, I've forgotten already. In Citizen Sleeper 2, you perform actions by assigning action dice to them. The higher the dice you assign, the more likely you succeed at that action. Currently vaping. But your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right and will reduce or increase the value of the dice assigned to the action. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes: positive, negative and neutral. Each action is also rated safe, risky or dangerous based on the outcomes it has. The more dangerous an action is, the more significant both its rewards and consequences are. For more information on dice actions, check the guide section of the pause menu. So, those the dice I have. I'm wondering why it's random numbers and why is the 3 half yellow and half white. So, how do I view... how do I... oh, there it is. Welcome to the character screen. Here you can upgrade and configure your sleeper. On the left, you can upgrade your skills to improve the skill modifier applied to your dice when you undertake an action. To the right, you can upgrade your push, the unique ability of your class. When upgrading your push, only one upgrade at each level can be activated at once. You can configure which upgrade is active only while at a hub. You can configure which upgrade is active only while at a hub. So, I'm really good at Endure. Quite shit at Interface. Okay at Engineer. So my best traits are Endure and... well, Endure. Okay. Right. Not entirely... this is a little confusing, but we'll plow on. So it's pointless me doing this because I don't have intuition, do I? So I'm better with this. There are plenty of crews milling around the docks and moving cargo. They could be a good source of info. Wait a minute. What's the thing at the bottom? What sort of dice do I want to put a high dice in there, or I probably should have soaked in the information I was given, but okay. Wait. How do I guide? Skill checks. During scenes you may encounter skill checks where you can perform certain actions using skills. Skill checks have a positive blah blah blah. The better rating dice and skills. In addition to perform action dice to them, the higher the dice you assign, the more likely you succeed at the action. Your dice will be modified by your skill. Your skill modifier for the action is displayed on the right and will reduce or increase the value of the dice assigned to the action. Plotting a dice into an action will display the probabilities of each outcome next to the dice. Like skill checks, dice actions have 3 outcomes. Blah 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 blah. Okay. Oh. I'm still a little confused, but so 25% positive outcome, 50%. And what does that give me? 100% positive. I guess I'll use one of these 3s. Hexport expert. You just progressed a clock. Clocks track your progress towards both positive and negative. Can be performed actions or by pressing cycles. Action complete. So I need to do both of these to get to the bottom. I guess because I'm dog shit at this, I need danger. Maybe I'll come back to this. Trade scrap. Impress the brokers. Let's go back to the other one. I'm still a bit unsure about this, but so did I not already complete this? I don't know. Oh. Okay. So I've done it. As you are gliding across the docking concourse, you hear a scuffle. The noise of raised voices cuts through the conversation. I think I might have just wasted a dice by backing out. drifting out the dockside shops. Glancing down an alley, you see a huddle of figures shouting back and forth. You spot one man in the middle of the group, surrounded, pushing the others back as they grab at the bag slung over his shoulder. You don't like the way this looks, but then again, Seraphim told you to keep your head down. He told me to keep my head down, so that's what I'm gonna do. You slip back from the alley entrance a little, pressing yourself against the wall. This is not your fight. You look around to see if anyone might be coming, but most of the spacers are now near the docks. You hear a shout and a series of impacts, and you turn back to the alley to see figures gliding straight down it towards you. You pull back as they shoot out and disperse into the crowds, a bag in one of their hands. Moments later, an imposing figure follows them out, stopping at the threshold to try to spot where their assailants went. He turns to you, suddenly spotting you lurking by the wall. You see those scumbags? The man shakes his head. Bunch of cowards. Well, I don't want to be a grass. They're gone. He squints at you a little, perhaps noticing you are a sleeper. New here? Kind of. The man raises an eyebrow. Feeling cagey? You don't need to explain to me. The man pauses. I've got to ask. You didn't have anything to do with those guys back there, did you? He gestures to the alley. No. Alright. He shrugs. Had to ask. The man pats his chest. I'm Femi. He unshoulders one of the bags and pushes it toward you. Here. Make yourself useful. Let's head. You get the strap of the bag over your shoulder and follow him through the docks, gliding past the concourse towards the connecting bridges. He cuts down a side passage, looking back to check you are following. Then he stops at a docking bridge connecting to a dull green ship with yellow markings. You look out the viewing window at its odd catamaran-like shape, seemingly built from two separate hulls welded together. Symbol crash, he says, and you assume that's the ship's name. Femi, you bringing in strays? She's upside down. A young woman, brightly dressed and stretching as she glides, drifts into the passage. She glances at you. No offense. Well, Nia, if you'd come to help, I wouldn't need to find a porter. He glances at you. No offense. Nia sighs. What are you on about? She glances at you. I am sorry for my brother. She shoots him a glance for whatever he did. Nia, Femi murmurs. Enough now. He reaches over and takes the bag you are carrying. Nia rolls her eyes at you, but stays silent. Factory Raw wouldn't take these. Femi hefts the bag. I'm gonna load them back up. Maybe we'll find a use for them. Sleeper. He shoots you a look. Take my advice. Stop hanging around the docks like a stray. He slaps the button for the bridge door and kicks off along the docking bridge on his way to the symbol crash. Nia eyes you nervously. Did my brother promise you payment? I'm sorry, we don't have much to give. That's okay. She smiles a little, then glances around awkwardly. Did... Nia pauses. Something happen? Your brother was attacked. Nia's eyes flash. Really? Nia shakes her head. My brother does have a habit of getting into trouble. It wasn't his fault. She raises an eyebrow. Are you sure about that? Things have been a little difficult, she sighs. Sleeper, can I ask you something? Sure. She takes a deep breath, then gives you a direct look. What is she building up to? Are you looking for crew? She looks away. Sorry to be direct, but you seem like, well, if you are on Hexport, maybe you are with a crew. She stops herself. I mean, maybe your crew needs a crew. Maybe you are looking. Why do you ask? Nia looks back at the ship, then at you. Look, I'll be honest. Being on a crew with my brother is nice, but he is suffocating me. She frowns at her own bluntness. I'm not a kid anymore, you know? But he still sees me like one. She shrugs. I want to show him I can handle myself. I need experience. I need to run some contracts. He gives you a determined look. What do you say? I don't want to undermine her. I'll think about it. I'm a good salvager, alright? You can use me. She smiles. I can spot things, find gaps, ways in. She folds her arms across her chest. I know what I'm doing. Femi taught me well. She glances back at the ship. Just consider it, alright? Let me prove myself. Suddenly a shout comes across from the ship, echoing down the passage. Femi. He makes both of you nervous. Nia looks in his direction. I should go. She pushes off towards the docking bridge. I'll be waiting. Nia gives you one last glance as she departs, then disappears into the docking bridge, leaving you alone in the passage. Impress the brokers. Let's go for it. This one? New location discovered. You intervene when two brokers struggle to unpick a Senate stat cache and expertly unpick its security protocols. They are impressed. Let's give this a go. Trade some scrap. Okay. You have used all your dice for this cycle. You need to end the cycle at your ship, the rig, to re-roll them. Right. You have established a presence here, and the brokers seem to be a little more comfortable around you. So I need to go back to the rig and sleep. Oh. We're in trouble, Sleeper. Seraphine leans into the bunks as you are getting up. Without further explanation, he disappears down the corridor towards the rear of the ship. You drift out into the passage, pulling on your clothes, and glide down the length of the rig, the cool air making you shiver. Seraphine is a silhouette silently leading the way. He stops at the far end, diverting through a side door, shooting you a glance as he does. You find Seraphine inside, holding one of a tangle of arm-thick tubes are waving in the zero-G engine room. You know what these are? No, tell me. These are the engine's feed lines. He waves one in the air. And before you ask, no, they aren't supposed to be waggling loose. What happened? These must have broken loose when we pushed the ship hard on our way out of Darkside. He looks at the mess. We are lucky the reserve tank is empty. Otherwise, he shakes his head. It would have been bad. But he pushes the pipe to the side. No feed from the reserve tank means that the rig's range is limited to the local region only. He thumps the large, lumpen housing of the engine. This thing can't take us anywhere far. But we need to leave. No doubt, Seraphim grimaces. We are going to need to fix this. Otherwise no one is leaving. Seraphim whacks the engine housing again. Harder this time. Just not being our run of luck. He turns and starts gathering the tangled feed lines. His frustration evident in the violence of his movements. We will need a new set of these, that's for sure. He starts forcing them into a crate. So how about you try to track them down? I'll take a look at things here and see if I can figure out another fix for the reserve tank. He glances up from his work. From what I've heard on Hexport, Factory Row is the place to find ship fitters. Maybe you can do some recon while I sort this place out. It's on the other end of the station. Okay, I'll take a look. Seraphim keeps working. Wait, Seraphim pausing, seemingly unsure. There's something else. He drops the feed lines and they float, waving in the air like tubular seaweed. I've heard word that Lane's on the hunt. He frowns. A message went out everywhere in the local radius of Darkside. He's looking for us. Shit. You said it, Seraphim sighs, which is why we need those feed lines. I'm going to try to work something out. Maybe I can improvise a solution. I don't know. He looks down. I'm no shoplifter. I'm no ship fitter. Shoplifter. But while I do, you go hunting. See what you can turn up, okay? He smiles a weak smile. Get going. You leave the engine room, the clanking sound of Seraphim's cleanup efforts echoing through the ship. Fuel feed lines. That's the next step. You take a deep breath and head out. You have discovered a drive. Drives help you track and choose your objectives in Citizen Sleeper 2. Was it showed? Oh. The arrow button in the top left opens the drive menu where you can choose which drive to track. Once a drive is tracked, a yellow marker will be placed above the location that relates to the drive. Drives come in two types, major and minor. On completion, a major drive rewards 2 upgrade points and a minor rewards 1. Keep an eye on the drive menu as you progress to see what new opportunities and objectives are available, and track those you want to pursue. Okay. Major, Laney sends you down as a project. I refuel, repair, and find what you need. And then leave before he finds you. Find a ship fitter. Okay. Intuition. I'm assuming the icon next to intuition with the line through it is basically yeah, it's to say that I'm shit at it. So I've got to remember, endure is my best trait. So I need a pretty big dice for this, I assume. You ramble through some attempts to discuss scrap claims nearby, but the mood sours fast and you leave, feeling under threat. Factory Row is filled with workers hauling material to blah 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 blah. So endure is my good trait. So it's adding dice to it then. I guess I'll use one because I want to save my higher dice. You feel like you are only getting in the way. And after a collision that sends components and insults spinning through the air, you give up. Ah, shit. Let's try again. You spend as much time listening as you do talking, and seem to make some headway into negotiating a contract. Oh, so it doesn't matter which one I do. Oh, so I guess I should always just stick with this one because that's where my skills lie. You have used all your energy and are now starving. While starving, you gain 1 stress per cycle, and any energy loss occurs during stress. Eat to regain. Okay. Factory Row howls as you glide through the cramped passages. Whatever its many bays and rooms once were, they now serve as containers for industry and of every kind. Whirring manufactories precisely engineer components with rapidly shifting arms, while scrappers hammer incessantly at bent ship plates. Everywhere you look there is energy and activity, and for good reason. Hexport itself is built on the derelict fragments of a solar reflector, and even the small amount of energy generated by its remaining mirrors is enough to power a city of machines. It is familiar to you, of course, in a strange, far-off way, because of Darkside. That place and your memories of it are a muddy haze, but it is hard to forget the glint of its hexagonal reflectors, 10 or 20 times more in number than Hexport, and that wild flickering city growing on their back like a tumour. In comparison, Hexport feels provincial, but deep in Factory Row you could almost be back in Darkside. And then you see them, tubes like those Seraphine had waved in your face, the feed lines. You push over the display window of the unit, marked Karsten's Supply, in block capitals cut from hull plate. There amongst an angled shelf of oversized ship components sit the feed lines, like some large biochemical tangle of snakes. You slip inside, where the sound of Factory Row is a little screened, and spot a large figure working at a bench, hunched over, concentrating. It seems he doesn't notice you enter. Wait patiently. You let him work, watching as, despite his heavy build, he delicately aligns the components, their layers slotting like puzzle pieces. After a few moments of observing the process, he turns his head a little towards you. Can I help you? His accent is heavy, but unknown to you. Nice place you have here. You see a little reaction from the profile of Karsten's face. He grunts. Something you need? Before you can respond, he tracks your eyes to the feed lines in the window. He looks back at you with a subtly changed expression, one you can't quite place. He turns with surprising grace and begins cleaning his hands on a cloth. Those sharp eyes scan you, but Karsten's thickest features do not betray the result of his assessment. Custom built those, for a client that never collected. He looks at his hands while he speaks, checking for stray oil stains. You have one of the old MEVs then. He sounds out the letters in a way you don't recognize as he speaks. You try to recall anything you know about your ship, but the memories elude you. Perhaps Seraphine should have come along. I think so. Karsten squints a little. Right. Look, Karsten drifts over to where you are standing. His imposing height evident. For a fellow enthusiast like you, he continues in a distinctive monotone. Let's say a few hundred cryo on clean chits. He shoots a glance at the feed lines. 400, let's say, to be precise. Have I got 400? I haven't got anywhere near that. I don't have 400. Karsten looks you up and down and sniffs. It's expensive, I know. It's a shame, but it's just what they are worth. He screws up his mouth a little into something that might be a smile. However, I'm more of the bartering type myself anyway. Barter sounds good. Karsten nods sagely. There's a little favour I need a crew for. And well, you look like you might be a good fit. He tucks the cloth away in a pocket and clasps his hands. I know of an old Solheim wreck out there. Very old. Pre-collapsed. It's tucked away in a dead zone, so no one has ever really cut it. He shrugs. Not only that, but Solheim derelicts have a habit of triggering nasty security protocols when approaching by an unfamiliar ship, so it's been left well alone. But a salvager like you, with an old Solheim rig, I bet it wouldn't even flinch if it saw you coming. He smiles. I have a special interest, a need for that old tech. All those Solheim ships had a data core. And while I don't care about the accounting reports or material ledgers or whatever they kept on the damn thing, I do care about the hardware. So, if I was to find you back here with that data core in your cargo hold, clean cut and complete, well then, I could see my way to doing a straight barter for those feed lines. Karsten pauses, sniffs at the air again. You just need the coordinates. Why do you want it? Special interest. You wait for more, but his flat expression tells you it isn't coming. So, you interested? He glances back at the workbench. Because I'm a busy man. I'll do it. Alright then. He holds out a heavy hand for you to shake, and as you automatically reach out, he grabs your forearm instead. Karsten pulls you closer, squeezing your arm. Let's keep this between us, alright? He half smiles, his face huge and close. It's our deal. Before you can respond, he thumbs a little drive into your palm. Those coordinates. And then he lets go of your arm, with what you swear is a wink. You take a moment to gather yourself, and by the time you do, a whirring fills the air, Karsten having returned to his workbench. You turn and glide out of Karsten's supply, with a growing mix of anxiety and excitement in the pit of your stomach, and the cacophony of factory row in your ears. A contract. Seraphine might even be impressed. You look at the drive in your palm and smile. This could be a route out. You think of leaving this place behind, in possession of an improved ship too. Suddenly, a small but firm hand falls on your back, an equally small voice coming with it. Hey, hey, wait up. You turn in the passage to see a young woman, her hair waving from the rapid glide she clearly just came out of to catch you. She steadies herself using your shoulder. Sorry. He smiles a quick and flat smile. Wanted to catch you. I'm Junie. Her dark eyes flick around nervously. You notice the portable terminal she carries. Something data scrapers call a deck. and her backpack full of components and trailing wires. "What's up?" "Karsten," she starts, still catching her breath. "He sent me to grab you." She smiles with that flat smile again. "Wants me to come with you on that job." Her eyes shoot down to the drive in the palm of your hand. She smiles again. "Why didn't he tell me?" She glances back toward Karsten's. "I guess he forgot." "He does that sometimes." She looks sheepishly at you. "He just grabbed me after you two were done talking." "Karsten's always sending me on things like this. I guess he wants me to help you out. Keep an eye on things." He pauses. "I can be pretty helpful." So, she looks around the passage. "Should I meet you at your ship? And you can tell me when you're ready to go?" Something fishy about this. "Sounds good." "Okay, great." Her eyes light up. She notices she still has her hand on your shoulder and takes off. Junie pushes off and waves. "Looking forward to working with you." She calls back as an afterthought. Let her go. You watch her disappear down the passage. Things are getting complicated already, but at least you have a contract and a way to get the feed lines. Junie clearly works with data based on the gear she was lugging around, which might make her useful when it comes to pulling out a data core. But the question is, what does she get out of it? And why didn't Karsten mention her sooner? You consider your options as you head back towards the rig. "I don't know about this, sleeper." Seraphin looks nervously out the rig's windows as you finish explaining Karsten's deal, as well as Junie's offers to help. "If this job was easy, Karsten would have done it himself already. That means there's a catch." He frowns at the stars. "And there's definitely something going on with this Junie girl." He shakes his head. "What choice do we have? What if," Seraphin narrows his eyes, "we could get the cryo together to buy the feed lines?" "Is that even possible?" "I found a contract board at the exchange, further in station." He gestures towards Hexport. "We take on a job. That might get us some of the way towards buying those feed lines. Plus, even if we do want to take Karsten's job, a bit of money to get ourselves prepared wouldn't be a bad idea. Fill up on fuel, supplies, be ready for whatever comes." "I'll take a look." "Good. While you're at it, you might want to see if you can scare up some freelance crew too." Seraphin shrugs. "Many hands make light work and all that. Or we stop messing around. We take Karsten's job right now and get it done before he can think twice." Seraphin yawns. "Seems like a whole set of bad options to me." "Either way, I've still got work to do on the drive." Seraphin nods a farewell, heading back to the engine room. Let me know what you decide." For a moment you pause, letting the haze of plans and ideas settle in your mind. Suddenly you curl up, pain shooting along your spine. You grit your teeth, your muscles locked tight. Your vision narrows as you squeeze your eyes shut. You feel a shift, as if some connection has broken. It's almost impossible to describe, like you are floating away from your body, dispersing, dissolving. There is nothing familiar in the pain, nothing to hold on to. You grit your teeth. And then another shift comes, and you are back in your body, trembling against the metal wall of the passage. The pain slowly fades, becoming a pulsing throb and then a residual flicker. You flex in 0G, stretching out tension. There's a strange... Oh, nice music. There's a strange sensation of distance that persists beyond the pain. A disconnection between your body and yourself. A flickering numbness that refuses to recede. You wonder if the reboot has done something to your body, or if this is some new sensation you will have to live with indefinitely. It strikes you that you know so little about the body that houses you. It could be moments away from collapse, or it might preserve for countless cycles like this. Or sorry, it might persevere for countless cycles like this. You try to shake off the feeling, pushing your hands against each other until they feel like they are yours again. Time is the only thing you need, and right now it feels like it's running out fast. You head for the airlock. You have work to do. You have unlocked a contract. Open the map screen to view it. So I'm starving. So I need food, right? Shipboard kitchen, engine systems, make a meal, input supplies. Have I got supplies? So I've got 2 supplies. There we go. So I can't let it get to 0 again, otherwise I'm just adding stress, right? And what's the other one? Sleeping quarters, shipboard. Complete board contract. Seraphin advised you to get in contact. Get a contract from the board to help you pay for your escape. Finding one should be easy. Completing it is a challenge. Right. So there we go. Through contract recruitment. Okay. Station management have located a Conway signal. They are concerned to see one so close and are looking for someone to disable its source. Don't have input 10 cryo. Okay. This open contract for Hexport administration requires a fee to be paid to receive the coordinates of the job. New contract on map. Okay. Is this where I gotta go then? Get fuel and supplies. Okay. So I need fuel and supplies for this. But how much fuel and supplies do I need? Well, I can only afford so much, can't I? So Okay. Oh, dogs are barking. I'm a bit confused. How much... Is it saying I need more fuel? Get fuel and supplies. I have got fuels and supplies. So... Okay. So, where do I head to now then? I guess I go back to the ship because I gotta fly somewhere for it. Complete Conway signal contracts. So... Where am I going? Why is it not marked on the map anymore? Oh. Ah. Contracts are high-risk, high-reward jobs that you and your crew can take on. Contracts require preparation and care to succeed. You'll need to gather enough fuel to travel to the contracts. Gather as many supplies as you can afford to keep you and your crew going. Look for opportunities to recruit temporarily or permanently to help you on a contract. Consider which crew to take carefully. They have different skills and stress resistances, and who you choose can affect the story. Once you're ready, you can select the contract from the map, and then your crew to proceed. Okay. Select crew. So I can only select her then? Okay. Confirm. It's a drone. Seraphine spots the signal source first. The light barely shimmering off its dark hull plating, a design trait that betrays its covert use. I just want to have a look. I've been doing a lot of reading, so I haven't actually had a chance to soak things in. It's not much to look at, I guess. Mostly black with the red light. A flash catches your attention, and you see a rent in the hull, through which red lights pulse. Wounded, Seraphine shakes his head. Wish they'd finished the job. You seen one before? Seraphine looks back over his shoulder towards you. We've seen one before, don't you? He sighs. Sorry, I know it isn't your fault. He looks at the drone. Lane had us work on one in a Darkside Bay. Though it was barely a shell, disarmed and deactivated, he had us searching through its guts for salvage. 1 second, sorry, just vaping again. Even that one gave me the creeps. And it had its core ripped out. He pushed the ship closer. This one is still live. Conway near kisses her teeth. Kiss my teeth, corporate scum. You glance over at her and see the fire in her bright eyes. They don't even dare to come here and force us out themselves. It's all proxies and drones. She shakes her head. Typical core-bred cowards. Run into them before? She glances at you. You might say that. She looks out at the drone. You won't see me taking my eyes off that thing for a second. Seraphine carefully guides the ship closer. You watch the drone. System is full of these things now, running missions for their operators. Rare to see one out in the belt though. Maybe got hit during a run-in with Senate stat mercs. It looks like it's drifting. Most of the system's blown out. But look, there. He jabs a finger towards the red light on the far side of the drone. It's still broadcasting, and maybe even receiving. Can it attack us? Unlikely. Seraphine smiles. Would have blasted us already if it could. Comforting. Nia looks nervous. Seraphine brings you even closer. What I remember from the dark side job is that the central core and the broadcast array need to be shut off to kill these things. Core will turn off local systems, and the broadcast array will sever the link with the Conway operators. Seraphine swallows, but you can bet those systems are protected. Let Seraphine explain. Your attention is suddenly drawn by a shudder from the drone, like a tremor running along its length. This thing is rigged to blow, Sleeper. He frowns. We go slow and careful, and we don't touch anything we don't know about. He turns back to Nia. You hear that? I got you. She looks sincere. Seraphine brings the rig to a stop, close enough for you to cross through the open space to reach the drone's hull. Let's suit up. You head down to the airlock to prepare. As you get suited up, you think of the corporate war taking place in the inner system, the war that this drone was driven from. Out here, on the shore of the conflict, the biggest danger is that this Flotsam and Jetsam drifting in with the tides of orbits of the system might, one cycle, bring the war with it. For now, the belt is outside of its reach, but looking out at the red pulsing drone, that doesn't give you much comfort. Welcome to your first contract. While on a contract, you will be able to assign 2 dice for each crew member, as you would assign your own dice. Pay attention to the crew's skills to use them effectively. Okay, gotta look at their skills. On certain outcomes, crew will take crew stress. When the stress is full, you will no longer be able to use them to perform actions. While on a contract, your energy bar will automatically be supplied for each cycle that you have available supplies. When your supplies are depleted, both you and your crew will take 1 stress per cycle. Contracts have their own contract stress. When this bar is filled, the contract will fail. Good luck. Good luck indeed. Okay. Still not really certain about all this, but how do I look at my teams? Wait. What's the one with the diamond? So she has good interface then? Whilst Seraphine has good endure and good engage. Okay. So... this is no good to me, is it? So, I'm yellow, Seraphine is blue, Nia is green. So I'm assuming I'm better with this one. There is a gap where the drones sustain some damage. With a lot of effort, it might be possible to pry away the plates and create an entry point. Okay. So I keep going until... somewhere a red lit tangle of twisted cables piping reveal like an interior of some creature. So I assume I just keep going? But how do I... oh, I see, so I can use their dice. But she... Let's try Nia then. Okay. So it's 50-50, but if I use... yeah, so I've got better results by using her dice. Shit. Or do I? Ah, fuck it, I'll use mine. During a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge in a tricky situation. Pushing accrues 1 stress but will give you a key advantage based on your chosen class. You can see your current push configuration by pressing left stick. Press again to trigger the push. Your push cannot be used at a hub, but when at a hub, it can be upgraded and configured in a character screen. Did I just waste that? Okay. I have no dice, so... there's nothing else I can do, is there? You have taken damage to a dice because of stress. When your dice are rolled at the start of the cycle, your stress dictates if you take damage or not. Higher stress means at a higher chance of damage. The white markers above the stress bar tell you which numbers will damage your dice when rolled. Each dice has 3 dice health. When this is depleted, the dice will break and must be repaired to be used normally. Okay. You hear the bleeping immediately. Among the chambers and cabling of the drone's interior, something has started counting down. Guys, Nia's voice comes hissing through the suit's comm channel. Does anyone else hear that? Because I'm getting nervous. Shit. Seraphine's voice joins her. This is what I was worried about. Are we screwed? I can't be sure. Seraphine has dropped his voice to a whisper, as if that might make a difference. Either this thing is about to send out a distress call or it's about to blow. We've got to shut the system down fast. He pauses. Then we move on to the other side, because I bet you there's a surprise waiting for us there too. We good? Nia sounds tense. Am I heading back to the ship or what? Seraphine cuts in. We're good, keep going. He shuts off the channel. You take a moment in the silence. Alright. Time to deal with this fast, then go over to the other side before something happens. So I can't look at my... So none of us have any... I don't know. There's nothing else to get to, is there? %, 50%. Just gotta go for it, haven't I? Array disabled. The array systems begin to shut down with some careful encouragement. Okay, good. Nice. That was a nasty one. Fuck! Fucking hell. We got it. That done? So I assume I'm better with this one. Uh-oh. Shit. You look around and see Seraphim silhouetted against the rig, already clear of the drone. He's leading Nia with him, grabbing onto her suit and guiding her back to the airlock. He glances back at you and you realise you are in trouble and don't have a choice. You feel a buzzing sensation coming through the hull as you take a moment to calculate your trajectory, then kick hard off the drone's hull, sending yourself arcing wildly towards the upper part of the rig. An instant later, a pulse runs through you. Blanking out your senses for a moment, you feel a shudder of pain and then silence. You impact the rig. The impact with the rig jerks you awake and you scramble for a handhold. You manage to find one and pull yourself against the ship. You glance back and see arcs of energy shimmer across the dark hull of the drone. Nia and Seraphim are waiting for you at the airlock. Seraphim guides you in with care and cycles the system. At least the drone is dead, Nia offers tentatively. There's no way that thing is broadcasting anymore. You look out at the airlock window at the drone, its hull now coming away, spilling its complex insides into the void. You rub your arm, feeling flashes of pain. Not the easiest way to complete a contract, but it's done. The contract is concluded. You can leave via the map. I thought it was going to blow because it says rig to blow. So we did it, I guess. I guess I don't need to sleep. I just go. After docking at Hexport, Seraphim lets go of the controls and leans back into his chair. Nia leans over to you. Thank you, Sleeper. She stretches. I know you took a chance on me. Thanks for helping. Nia smiles an infectious smile. Feels good to make a contract work. Seraphim smiles. No matter how we pull it off. It's hard not to agree, and it feels better when the Hexport courier comes with a lockbox full of chits. Lane may still be hunting you, but this should help the effort to slip his net. Suddenly, you hear a familiar voice. Nia! Femi glides into view approaching from the docks. He fixes you with a stare. What are you playing at, Sleeper? Nia wanted to come. You go to speak, but Nia drifts forward, cutting you off. Don't come throwing your weight around, Femi. I can make my own decisions. She glances back at you. Sleeper took me at my word and I'm grateful. Femi is fuming. Did they now? He turns to you. Well, if you are working for Sleeper, I hope they paid you well. Nia looks away. Well, I asked so. Femi smiles. Oh, so they aren't paying you. Seraphim crosses his arms. Let's keep this civil. You realise this is the first time he is meeting Femi. If we are being civil, seems like Nia is ordered her share. Femi fixes you with a severe look. Pay Nia a share. You grab around a quarter of the chits from the lockbox and hold them out to Nia. She takes them sheepishly. Alright then. Femi smiles. We're good here. He turns to leave. Nearmouth says sorry and follows Femi across the docks. Seraphim watches them go. You sure know how to pick 'em, sleeper. He shakes his head. He turns away and heads back along the docking bridge. I just hope we aren't going to end up a stack of cryos short when we need to get out of here. You just completed a drive and earned an upgrade point. You have push upgrades available. Go to the character screen to the right of the UI to see them. 2 points available. Okay. What's this? Push. Use stress to boost your crew dice. Rally config. +1 stress, +2 to lowest crew dice. I'm still not really sure what this is, so... Push. Comes in 2 types, major and minor. Completion of a major drive rewards 3 upgrade points. Upgrade your skills to improve the skill modifier applied to your dice when you take an action. You can also upgrade your push, the unique ability of your class. While on a contract, you can use your push ability once per cycle to give you an edge in a tricky situation in exchange for gaining stress. Well, I guess... Oh, so I need 4 to upgrade that. Upgrade any of these. I don't know whether to just hold on to them, because I'm not really sure about this push. Can I spend it over here? No. So I need 4 then. I'm going to hold on to them. On the run, you put some Oh, so that's the time that I need. That's when I need to get out of here before that fills up with red. Okay. So... stress and dice cells. Your stress tracks both physical and mental stress you occur. You accrue stress by undertaking dice actions while starving or using push ability on a contract. You have a maximum of 10 stress. Your dice are rolled at the start of the cycle. Your stress dictates your damage taken. So how do I... When at the hub, you can reduce stress at the rig bunks location using dice. Each dice has 3 dice health. This is to be dice at the rig workshop. So the bunks... Oh, wrong one. Rig bunks reduces stress, okay. And it said the repair shop? That's what it said, didn't it? These dice are when it's depleted, dice will break and must be repaired. When at a hub, you can repair dice at the rig workshop location once unlocked by using... Oh. So I haven't got the actual workshop then. So it's on the rig. I haven't unlocked it then yet. Okay. So let's take a look. Okay, I feel like I'm getting somewhere now. I feel like I'm doing pretty good. The game's good so far. Like, just a quick moment to let you know how I feel about things. The game looks and sounds great. To me, it doesn't need to be flashy and over the top with insane graphics. As long as it has a decent art style, the visuals look good. And while there's not tons of stuff in this, it still looks really nice. You know, especially the little pictures or avatars of the characters. They're simple. I get it, they're simple. But they still, you know, sometimes simple is good. They still look great. The little stations, you know, I've played a little bit of Eve, and the stations you go to look really spectacular and stuff. But again, this is just simple. The music sounds brilliant. +1 for the music. Really good audio, like sound effects and stuff like that. My only issue at the moment is that the text isn't voiced. I'm a bit of a dum-dum. I'm not highly educated. I hit nails and put in screws into timber for a living, so reading isn't my... Well, you probably already noticed, but reading isn't my strong point. But so far so good. I'm a little confused about all the different things going on, but you know, I've only just started playing the game, so I'm bound to be a little confused at the moment. Anyway, onward. So this is our main objective. We still don't have enough we need to do that mission though, don't we? So completed. Complete more contracts, so nothing else needed there. Here you can eat in exchange for cryo. Eating gives you energy and stops you starving. Different foods give different amounts of energy. So I'm not in need of any... Place star and stalker, so that's gambling? Kits, symbols. And winning is ruthlessly luck-based. Well, I don't want to gamble. The warehouse, freight storage. The warehouses at the Hexport docks supply the industrial operations of the station, meaning they need constant loading and restocking. What does this give me though? What do I gain from this? Money? Let's check out the other ones. Common Trade Hall Canteen. Most traders have canteen, where they prepare their own dishes from the packed supplies they otherwise... Repeatable action. Again, it's food, so I don't really need... Material processing. Have a paid data diffuser work to offer. As old tech tends to be laced with protocols and countermeasures that need disabling. Swift Scrap Solutions, or SSS as it's known locally, is a chaotic and slightly terrifying scrapyard where open shifts are always available. Sell raw scrap, so I have no fuel, one supply. But I'm no good at Which one? Which one did he want? Interface. Interface is my weakest one, so... Buy feed line, so I still need 400 for that. Deliver data core. So I don't have that yet. So I need supplies and fuel, don't I? So to get the... But can't I take another... I can take another contract, can't I? Maybe that's what I should do. Or not. I guess I should just do some work then. So I can't do anything there. Material processing. But my interface is really poor. That's the canteen. Can't get contracts. Fuel, that's where I buy supplies and fuel. Okay. So the warehouse, that's my only option. And what are we doing? What does my endure look like? So my endure is my highest one, so this is what I really want, isn't it? Let's see what we get from this. I got 8 cryo from that. Okay. But at this rate, it's going to take me forever to pay to get 400 cryo. Well. So I guess I'm just going to have to go and do that mission. Okay, is it risky if I use this? Let's try it. Fuck it. Nice. So for this mission, I'm fine with 1 supply, I guess. So I'll go and get 3 fuel. If you have enough cryo, they can fill your fuel capacity in a single order. So what is... So my capacity for fuel is 5. Wait a minute. Wait. So I've 0 fuel. I guess I fill it up to the brim. But then again, the money is precious right now, isn't it? And I only need 3. Okay, 3. So confirm. The Solheim derelict fills the cockpit windows, all twisted plates and skeletal strutwork. You watched it in horror and fascination as Seraphine completed the approach. Both of you are silent in the presence of this decaying beast. Now, as you settle beside it, Seraphine is the first to break silence. This thing is already dead. He shakes his head. It's a corpse, Sleeper. He nudges the ship closer, looking for a place to dock. I touch this thing too hard, it'll crumble into dust. Suddenly I can't use my controller? Let's not do that. Okay, Seraphine does a little mock salute. Aye aye. He rolls his eyes. Any other tips? Take us up there. That's the bridge. Junie points towards one end of the ship, and both you and Seraphine turn around, having forgotten she was even in the cockpit. She hasn't said a word since you departed. She glances at both of your bemused faces. What? She looks away. Sorry, that's where we need to go. She stops pointing. Seraphine nods towards Junie. She's not wrong, Sleeper. The bridge would be a good start. Junie settles silently back into her seat. He looks away, out of the cockpit, and you are unsure if she's upset or just embarrassed. Carefully, Seraphine brings the ship close to the derelict and guides it along the hull. The rig's lights ripple over the broken surface, finding gaps and cracks everywhere. It seems remarkable that the derelict is still held together. Shit! Seraphine hisses as a huge spinning piece of debris drifts in front of the cockpit. He pushes the rig down beneath it, squeezing between the debris and the hull. And as he does so, an ear-splitting screech signals the rig scraping across the derelict's skin. You freeze for a moment, waiting for the breach sirens to sound, but the moment passes and you relax. You glance at Seraphine. His face betrays no emotion. This isn't safe. Seraphine shakes his head. I'm going to find somewhere better to settle the ship. Then we need to suit up and work our way along the hull on foot. You look back at Junie and see her still in her seat. You see her still in her seat, eyes wide. You okay? Junie looks at you, and there is a sudden unfamiliar hardness in her eyes that surprises you. Then, a moment later, it is gone and her gaze softens. I'm okay. She smiles a flat smile. Don't worry. Seraphine brings the ship away from the derelict's hull an inch at a time, then slowly brings it round to settle close to a mostly intact hull plate. This section is fairly free of debris. He nudges the ship a little closer. We should be good to hold here. Seraphine unclips his seat and you and Junie follow suit. As you all glide down towards the airlock, Junie silently follows. You can't help but feel judged. As you reach the airlock, Seraphine begins suiting up. If we are lucky, that little collision hasn't started a cascade that will end with this place coming apart under our feet. Seraphine violently kicks his legs into a set of EVA trousers, clearly irritated by his own carelessness. It wasn't your fault. Seraphine shoots you a look. Fault isn't going to matter when we are floating off into the black. This is a delicate job, Junie says quietly, almost to herself. The data core will be fragile. She casts a furtive glance in the direction of you and Seraphine. Very fragile. Understood. Junie nods appreciatively. The rest of the preparation process takes place in intense silence, each of you considering the delicate job ahead. You suit up too. Though you don't need a helmet to breathe, you slide one on and lock the seals for protection. This wreck isn't going to give up its salvage easily. The core should be near the bridge, maybe even inside it. but there's a lot of wreck here, and there might be good salvage tucked away in the cargo hold. Once the suits are on and the seals are checked, you cycle the lock and stare out at the vast expanse of the twisted hulk before you. Time to go to work. So I assume the minus symbols next to the yellow, blue, and green are bad. This is... It says danger, but... How do I look at my team's... Is that... Let's try with the mouse. What does this do? So I can't click on them to see what they're... I don't even know what that did. So... But I'm better going with this one. Aren't I? Okay, let's just go for it. Well, it's working, so... The bridge of the derelict lies silent. The pale beams of your suit lamps catch rows of terminals and clouds of glittering dust. Wires wave like seaweed, and the whole scene appears as if underwater, chaotic but still. Junie glides past you, disturbing the dust and taking you by surprise as she does. She has been a stoic presence so far, but in this moment she seems drawn forward by some force of curiosity. You watch as she bats away debris and begins checking terminals. I'm a little suspicious, but just let her work. She's already prying an access panel off one of the more intact looking terminals, and as she does, puffs of rust colour the vacuum around her red. Approach her. She turns back to the terminal and finishes prying off the plate. Then, quickly, she reaches inside, fishing around for something. Her hand comes back out with a waving cable topped with a thick connector. As soon as she sees it, she slips a keyboard-sized deck out from somewhere on her person. She runs her hand across the back until she finds the right port and slots in the connector. All of this happens in a few seconds. The routine, practiced and precise. the routine practiced and precise. It is hard not to be impressed. Nicely done. We'll see, we'll see, she says so quietly it seems mostly to herself. Junie's fingers dance across the deck's keyboard, and a burst of static lights up the Solheim terminal screen. The sudden burst of light and colour takes you by surprise. Junie's fingers tap away the terminal screen, flashing with blocks of colour and lines of code. It buzzes and vibrates, its long dead systems forced back into chaotic life. Then, all at once, it goes dark. The terminal is dead. Shit. Junie hisses beneath her breath. Useless. You cannot tell if the insult is directed at the terminal or herself. Find anything? She looks up at you, as if she was just waking from a dream. No, she pauses. Nothing useful. She protectively slides her deck away. The cradle with the data core can't be far. She pushes off from the terminal, gliding away from you. I'll start looking. He calls back and heads to the other side of the bridge. Seraphine glides up beside you. Everything alright? All good. Good. Seraphine claps you on the shoulder. Seraphine stretches in his suit. I have to admit, it's nice to be back working, especially now that we are the ones who will reap the benefits. He claps you on the shoulder. Feels good to be taking our fate into our own hands. I know it's pretty rough there, back on Hexport, and out here we're just as likely to get shredded by debris as find the damn data core. But aren't you glad we made a break for it? He pauses and looks down, having asked the question almost by accident. I mean, I am. I just don't want to speak for you. I'm glad too. Seraphine smiles. You better be. I didn't give up that little dark side cupboard I was living in for nothing. He laughs at his own joke. Look. Seraphine checks his suit's wrist seals. Once we've got a bit of space behind us, once we've gone the distance, if we even manage to get that far, he furrows his brow. Don't feel you owe me. I'm no charity case. You want us to go our separate ways? Fine by me. He meets your eyes. Just do me the favour of telling me to my face. That won't happen. Seraphine nods, but doesn't respond. After a moment, he shines his torch out into the dark, checking the rows of terminals all across the bridge. You watch the glittering dust as it eddies in the beam. Seraphine sighs. Let's get to it. You watch as he crosses the bridge, his torch probing the dark corners. You feel a chill run through your body as you imagine the people that once ran this ship. The Solheim crew, truly long dead. What was it like here before the collapse, when the system was the jewel in Solheim's crown? It's impossible to know. That history is lost to you now. All you can do is pick what you can from the ruins. On to the next one then. What are my best options here? The contract stress has triggered a crisis. A crisis will add 1 contract stress per cycle unless resolved at the crisis location. Hmm. 50-50 chance. Come on, baby. Oh, shit. I guess I better rest. I can't recover? So what do I do? What is this gonna revive my dice? I don't know what that's done. Ah, shit. So I just ruined my supplies. I'll be back in 30 seconds, guys. Okay. I just put in some food in the oven. We've been playing now for over 2 hours, so I'm getting kind of hungry. I fucked up my supplies. I don't even know where my energy is that it's supposed to. I don't know. Let's just crack on. Ah ha 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 ha. So we... Cargo storage, okay. Nice. The bays are mapped, and it seems that the deep parts of the ship are in surprisingly good conditions. Okay. Uh-oh. Come on, baby, come on, baby! Shit. Oh no, this is not good. One of your dice is broken due to losing all its dice health. Broken dice can be repaired at Rigsco. There is a horrifying lurch. You are sent spinning through the bay you were crossing in a hail of debris. You watch as the side of the bay silently tears open in front of you, a gaping black mole toothed with flying debris. You stir into it, your breath heavy in your ears, your eyes wide. Suddenly you feel a tug on your back. Your tether, as you spin back from the sudden arrest of your glide, you see Seraphine holding on to the other end, reeling you towards him. We have to go, Sleeper. The voice comes urgently over the comms channel. This place is done. You both make your way through the splitting derelict in silence, charting a path through where once passages but are now twisted tubes, like the intestinal tract of some dead creature. Eventually you make it out onto the surface and find the rig still tethered, but gashed with debris and scars. You and Seraphine exchange concerned glances. We are going to pay for this. He looks over the damage. Let's hope she still flies. You tether together and push off from the hull, Seraphine guiding you through the debris. Below you, the derelict is exploding in slow motion, tearing apart into a swarm of razor-edged shards. All of this and no core, Seraphine fumes. Now the rig's torn up too. You don't have much to offer in answer. He's right. It seems the job was a disaster. You just hope it isn't terminal. It's gone. Junie's voice comes through faintly over the comms. She must already be on the ship. The whole ship is falling apart. No shit. Seraphine answers back. Contract's a bust. What a waste, Junie says quietly, and then the channel clicks off. You arrive at the rig's airlock and muddle yourself inside, noticing the exterior damage. It looks mostly superficial, but it will no doubt take its toll on the ship. Once you are back in the cockpit, you look out at the derelict's shattered form. It seems you will be its last visitors. I don't know what I did wrong. I need to speak with you both. On the journey back, you noticed a change in Junie, a hardening, and now she seems very different from the nervous hacker you first brought with you. I know we failed to extract the core, Junie sighs, but I wanted to be honest with you about why I came to you. I don't work for Karsten. Perhaps that was obvious. and I didn't want to bring him the core. You and Seraphine exchanged glances. You would have taken it? She looks away. I don't know, Sleeper. Yes, perhaps I would have. But I also would have spoken to you, explained myself. Do you know how many of those cores are left intact? Junie suddenly gripped by emotion. Like it or not, we live in Solheim's shadow, in the ruins. And yet we know almost nothing. What chance do we have of understanding how we got here when others like them, like Senate Stat and Conway, are descending on this system? This station and most of the other habitats of the belt are built on a Solheim foundation. She frowns. Yet we are too busy scavenging. I always miss the N off scavenging. I always say scavenging them to take the time to look for answers. Men like Karsten want nothing but the raw materials of cores like the one we lost. She shakes her head. We can do better. We could learn our history and how this system was settled. We could better learn the technology we build our lives on. We could uncover Solheim's crimes and seek to make amends. She meets your eye. We could see beyond survival, towards something else. You have never heard Junie speak like this, and you realize what you've taken for nervousness was actually control. This, the person in front of you, mourning a data core, is the real Junie. Not that it matters, she glances away. It's all lost now. Keep your honesty, Seraphine cuts in. It's worthless to us. He completes the landing protocol and begins shutting the rig's engines off. We don't have time for confessions. Junie looks crestfallen. That's a nice word. Karsten won't come for you, if that's what you are worried about. He's ignorant and stubborn, but he isn't vengeful. That is not what we are worried about. Seraphine gives her a pointed look. You tell Junie about the feed lines Karsten has, about you and Seraphine fleeing something, and that you can't run any further without them. Junie nods along, her eyes darting back and forth as if trying to calculate something in her mind. Seraphine turns to you. If you have any bright ideas on how to get those feed lines, now would be the time, Sleeper. There's another way, Junie interrupts. I could help you steal the feed lines. She stares at both of you with determination. We could do it together. Seraphine looks at you with raised eyebrows. It seems he is noticing the change in Junie, too. Karsten is an idiot. I can hack his security and you can pull them out of the... He looks at Seraphine. You seem tough, she shrugs. We can do it. Why help? Junie looks between the two of you. Hexport hasn't exactly been kind to me. You two trusted me, even though I didn't deserve it. I'm not used to that. I want to repay it. Not to mention that Karsten is probably ripping you off. Even if you get enough cryo. What's to say he won't raise the price? Trust me, he's no good. I was trying to deal with Karsten to get those derelict coordinates from the moment I arrived here, and he ran me in circles. She shakes her head. Seraphine is watching her closely. Even if I do take you at your word, which given everything, seems a little tough. How do we even do this? He raises an eyebrow. You are telling me we just drift in there and take the feed lines. Look, I get it. You don't trust me. She pauses. But what if I have a vested interest in this working out? There's nothing left for me here, and I don't much feel like hanging around waiting for Karsten to figure out my involvement in all this. I need safe passage. You need the lines to grant it. She allows herself a smile. See where I'm going with this? Seraphine sighs. I don't like it. He pauses. But if it makes sense, what do you think, Sleeper? I like it. Alright then. Junie smiles. Let me prepare. I'll head to Factory Row, scope the place out. Meet me there and we can work out a plan. She glances between the two of you. Trust me, we can find a way. We'll keep it simple, clean. Let's get to it. Okay then. Junie smiles. Trust me, this is going to work. I'll scope out the bay we need in the Factory Row. We should split up. Less likely for Karsten to suspect us. Meet me there in a few, and we can finish setting up. Junie unclips her seat, floating. I want to show you I can be trusted. That we can do this. She looks between the two of you. Believe that, please. And with that, she slips away down the passage toward the airlock and Hexport beyond. You look at Seraphim. I'm saying nothing, Sleeper. He unclips from his seat too. Either this is the kind of mess you have to go through to get out the other side, or it's the kind that you never escape. Either way, we are in it now. He leaves the cockpit. You stare at the chaotic lights of Hexport. I wonder if anything in the starboard belt ever runs smoothly. Definitely not. I need to repair these dice, man. So I've got some scrap I can sell. There it is. So I fucked up getting this scrap, really, didn't I? When I should have completed the mission. Wait a minute, have I got any others? No. So this is what I'm good at. Let's go for this. Got it. Nice. The sound of a fist on keyboard wakes you up from the scrolling code on the terminal screen. You turn to see Junie, a rare half smile on her face as she floats cross-legged with her deck in her lap. The blue light of the snap-on screen makes her eyes glint with a glittering excitement. Got him. She shouts you a look. Karsten's whole system is mine. You push away from your terminal to glide over to her screen. Running the mapping protocol now. I want to know about every little dusty corner of his network. Nice work. Hold on. We aren't there yet. It's coming up now. Seems Karsten is pretty paranoid. This whole system is iced over with some serious security. She frowns. What are all these layers of? A red pulse flashes across her face, changing her features as it does. Shit, shit, shit. Her fingers dance across the keyboard. Something is closing the port. We need... Another red flash and her screen goes blank. Junie's fist hits the keyboard again, harder. We've been kicked out. She is rapidly shaking her head. There's no way a salvager's shop should have that kind of countermeasure. She looks troubled. Maybe you peeked in the wrong corner? She looks over at you. It seems so. I think our friend Karsten is involved in some nasty stuff. She rubs her forehead in thought. Wait, her fingers fly across the keyboard, her screen flickering with commands. A complex node graph assembles on the screen. A mess of interlocking connections. The mapping protocol did enough. She points at the screen. All the security systems are there. She indicates a dark section of broken connections. We didn't get what's here, but it seems like we found some kind of archive. Nothing we want. I wonder what's there. Junie shrugs. Some big data trolls. It looks like... Some big data trolls, it looks like. Copies of old drives he found. Could just be a load of data left over from salvage jobs that he thinks is worth something. She smiles. He's a meth head? He's a meth head? Methede. He's a methede with no eye for data. So it's probably a load of debug logs he thinks are Solheim secrets. She giggles at the idea. Junie pulls a thumbnail drive out of one of her many pockets and slots it into her deck. Time to train my cat. Your cat? Ah, shit. You're leaning close to try to follow the spooling cord as it spills across the screen, but you find yourself lost in its patterns. Junie puts a hand on your shoulder and pushes you back from the screen, giving you a skeptical look. Give me some space here. It's a Ketsenjammer. It's a Ketsenjammer. Cat, for short. Basically, it takes a network map, finds the weaknesses, and when you hook it up, blasts the network with so much network noise and raw data that it becomes unusable. She smiles to herself. Any tech connected gets a killer headache. I built it to take the remnants of Solheim security systems out of commission on old derelicts. She squints. I had one too many close calls. Sounds perfect. She nods. I agree. He plugs the thumbnail drive out of her deck and hands it over. The cat head sticker on it catching the light as you turn it in your fingers. We've still lost access, of course. Junie turns back to her screen, bringing up another node map. But there's an old Solheim port from the original facility just outside Karstens. Slot the cat in there and it should be able to find a back door. What are we waiting for? Nothing, but she looks away. This isn't going to be quiet, she squints. His whole system is going to get data blasted. It's not a subtle hack. When you slot the cat, you get in, grab the feed lines and run. Sounds like one hell of a risk. Seraphine's voice catches you both by surprise as he slips into the dark and empty unit. Well, Junie pauses, looking between the two of you. It's our best option. Seraphine narrows his eyes. And where will you be while we run the gauntlet of scrambled security and make the grab? Junie looks away. I can monitor it. I can monitor how it goes down remotely from here or the ship. Seraphine gives you a look. You can tell he is finding it hard to trust Junie after everything. I trust you, Junie. She smiles a thin smile. Thanks. She starts to pack up her deck, but I'll find somewhere else to work from. Close to the ship, but out of your way. Junie shoulders her bag and glides to the door. When you're ready, slot the cat and go. By the time you are back at the ship, I'll be there. She glances down. Don't leave without me. She shoots Seraphine another look and then slips out of the unit. Seraphine watches her go and then turns to you. The whole of Hexport is going to hear about this. He shakes his head. We better be ready to go the moment you slot that thing. I'll be ready. Seraphine nods silently. I'll be at the ship preparing the engine. We need to be ready to fit the lines as fast as we can. He meets your eye. Be careful. Don't stop for anyone or anything. He puts a hand on your shoulder. And don't even think about looking back. With that, he slips out of the unit, leaving you alone to consider what comes next. So I'm going to need fuel and supplies, right? So does it cost supplies to eat? Yeah. So let's go and get some. But I can eat at this bar? Buy a Ben's fry, plastic bag of flesh fried, salt fleckered tubes. Ben's fry brings spacers back to the scattered tables. 7 cryo. Why would I get that over the other stuff though? That's 13 cryo. Okay. So let's get some supplies. How much fuel have we got? 0. So I'll buy a full amount, and I'll buy a full amount of supplies. It was quite costly, but I assume I'm gonna need to rest before I do any of this. Security hacks. Okay. Karsten's place is locked up for the cycle. Shuttered down, alarms on. The denizens of Factory Row snaking past with deliveries and work orders. You hold your position opposite the shop and take a deep breath, waiting for a sign that this is going to work. Quick bit. You look at the thumbnail drive with its shimmering cat sticker sticking out of the old Solheim access port. You imagine the flow of data as the Katzenjammer seeks for an entry point into Karsten's system. You think of Junie, tucked away near the ship, watching you through the public networks. You think of Seraphine, deep in the engine room of the rig. Hurry the hell up, you think. Enough waiting. Then you hear it, a pulsating white noise spluttering, and then screaming out of Karsten's shop. The shutter scissors up and down. The lights pulse. The alarm gurgles in confusion. For a moment, you are stunned into stillness. People stop in the street, then turn to look as the shutter's motors burn out in a cascade of sparks and acrid smoke. Now or never. Rush inside. Without waiting a moment longer, you kick her from the wall and glide towards the entryway between the gathering observers. As you do, a cascade of sparks lights the passage, and you slip through the crowd, the chaos masking your entry. It takes you a moment to gather yourself in the chaos of the shop. The wall-mounted screens scream out white noise, and the flickering lights make it hard to concentrate, but you keep your focus. You scramble over to the feed lines in the window, grabbing the bundle with both arms. They wave wildly in your grasp as you wrench them away and kick off from the counter, gliding back out into the passage. Your arcing glide takes you into the crowd. You steer yourself through a gap in the gathering bodies and kick off hard towards the port. The feed lines wave wildly, but you grip them hard to your chest and don't look back. Seraphine better be ready. Your arms ache from clutching the feed lines, but you don't loosen your grip until you see the entrance to the docking bridge. Sleeper! You almost ignore the call until you realize you recognize the voice. Junie glides out to meet you, her hand on your shoulder, guiding you towards the bridge. I'm with you now. She shoots you a glance. What a show, huh? She laughs nervously. It was certainly loud. She smiles a little. Wish I could have seen the cat in action. You both glide down the docking bridge, Junie helping you with the trailing feed lines. From what you can tell, news of the chaos in Factory Row has not reached the port yet. You feel a flush of excitement as you enter the ship's airlock. This is it. You did it. You try to keep focus, but the elation makes your hands tremble. You take a sharp turn in the central passage of the ship and make your way to the engine room. Feeds lie now unwieldy in the cramped space. Seraphin is waiting for you, shaking his head. Looks like we're in business. He lets out a sigh. And on the run from two different people now. He grabs the feed lines. I'll take it from here. He quickly begins the process of connecting the engine to the subsidiary fuel tank. You watch, catching your breath as he works. How about you make yourself useful, rather than just making me nervous, Seraphin says without looking up from his work. Go close the airlock and disconnect the bridge. You and Junie glance at each other. Both of you, now, Seraphin calls out. The two of you turn and make your way up the passage, your nerves settling now. You arrive at the airlock and reach for the control panel. Then you see him, Karsten, coming up the docking bridge, fast. Shit. Uh-oh. You hesitate, the control panel just out of reach. He slams into you with some force, sending you spinning into the metal wall behind you. You jerk in pain as you hit and lose your sense of direction. Karsten's heavy hands grab your neck and wrench you towards his face. Sneaky little shit. You think I didn't know who it was when I saw what was taken? His breath is hot on your face. I thought you sleepers were supposed to be smart. Before you can respond, he jerks back in pain. A thread of blood spiraling from his forehead. Junie swings again, the pipe catching him in the chest and sending him spinning towards the door. You watch, stunned, as she inputs the closure sequence with trembling hands and the doors hiss closed, obscuring Karsten's floating body from view. She's breathing hard and doesn't look up. The pipe drifts from her hands, spinning gently in the air. Thank you. Junie looks back at you and opens her mouth as if to speak. Her eye is wild. Seraphin rushes past, gliding up the passageway from the engine room. Come on, get yourselves to get strapped in. You and Junie silently follow him, your head spinning, your thoughts racing. You slip into your seat as Seraphin punches in the departure sequence. The rig begins to pull away from Hexport, Seraphin's hands on the controls. You close your eyes and feel the force of the thrusters firing. We're out of here, baby! We get on up out of here! What the? Seraphin's quiet question interrupts your thoughts as the rig cuts across the belt. Hexport is now behind you, drifting out of the visual range, its glinting lights now just part of the background glow of the belt's thousands of reflective bodies. Whatever trouble you stirred up in there, it has surely been left behind. Which is why Seraphin's muttering is worrying you. What's up? Seraphin turns. There's a transmission coming out of Hexport. Some kind of evac order. Turns back to his console. Let me check this. Sleeper, the voice as distorted as it is, cuts through you. Lane. I know you are there. A hissing pause. Is that coming from Hexport? Seraphin glances at you confused. Is what coming from Hexport? Give me a second here, Sleeper. I'm getting a wide channel broadcast. He rubs his shoulder nervously. They are warning people to alter their course away from the station. You are slipping away, a squawk of noise, but we can't have that. My dog is panting next to me. I take this personally, Sleeper, a sharp intake of breath. After all my investment, all my care expanded upon you, this is how you repay me. At least we're heading away, Seraphin interrupts. Maybe it's just a precaution. I see a little something glinting out there, Lane continues. Could that be you? Sleeper, you hear Seraphin calling, but you don't move. You don't breathe. All you hear is Lane's voice. You unclip from your restraint, drifting forward towards Seraphin. He gives you a wild look. Something isn't right. You don't feel right. A numbness grows in your body, your fingers flexing without your input. You reach out towards Seraphin. No, not you. Something reaches out to Seraphin through you. A tension flickers in your eyes. In his eyes, fear? A hissing silence, then a rumbling blast. All at once, the rig screams, systems seizing in electromagnetic paralysis. All at once, the rig shifts, carried on some shockwave of light, pain, and darkness. Voices echo warmly through your mind. You can't quite make out what is being said, and any attempt to focus causes a growing flare of pain. So you let them fill the air, unidentifiable and soft. You are floating, and so you cannot yet feel your body or its weight. The feeling is pleasant, soothing, and yet the moment you realize this, it begins to fade. Something spasms in your fingers, and you flick it away. A sensation crosses the sole of your foot, and you kick your leg. A weight settles itself in your chest. You are awake. You open your eyes to light playing across a surface pattern with stained cushioning. You are alone. The voice is replaced by the hum of air cycling, the distant clank of maintenance systems. You are alone, and this is not your ship. You jerk upwards against the straps that hold you loosely to the berth, suddenly confronted with the last things you remember, an overwhelming numbness, and below it, an insipid animating force creeping through your mind. You pull at the straps and free yourself, floating up into the small habitation room, cushioned and worn, your mind racing. What happened? You search back and remember only Seraphine's shouts, the sudden acceleration of the rig, and then darkness. A chill runs through you. Cold light fills the room, and you float over the dark square of the window. You see stars, the bright pinpricks of drive trails, and skeletal docking bridges. This is a station. A sudden hiss draws your attention to the door, which slides open with a puff of equalizing pressure. The entering figure jumps as they see you are awake. You're up. They hesitate in the doorway. Who are you? They laugh nervously. Right. We didn't meet. They glance back out at the doorway, as if looking for help. I'm Bliss. They shrug, not sure of what to add. Your crew are out. Sorry, they brought you here. Here? Right. They nod slowly. This is my room. They glance around. Not much I know. We're in my repair bay, on the far spindle, if you know where that is. In the belt? Yeah, they smile sympathetically. In the belt. They look around the room again. Come on, let's go somewhere a little more comfortable. They hold out a hand. You are safe, don't worry. You follow them out into the corridor, gliding behind them. They move with the ease of someone who is either born in zero-G or has spent most of their life in it. They guide you to an enclosed balcony where heavily scratched, thick acrylic windows look out onto a chaotic-looking wet dock. At the center of the dock is the rig, scratched and worn, but still your ship. It's a reassuring sight. Is she okay? She will be, when I'm done with her. Bliss sees you staring at the rig. Took some damage, but she's a hardy old thing. Your ship. Bliss pauses. You were lucky I heard your distress signal. You sense they are holding something back. I guess that expensive long-range array I was tricked into buying finally paid off. They laugh to themselves. Well, at least for someone. You were out cold when I got there. And have been for all the cycles since. Your friend wasn't in great shape either, but he bounced back fast. I make a habit of doing that. Seraphine's voice makes you spin around. Good to see you up. He can't suppress his smile. Glad to be back. He nods. Your eyes fall to Seraphine's bandaged abdomen. He notices and pulls his jacket over the wound. Certainly looks better than when you came in. You should have seen. Bliss abruptly stops after Seraphine glares in the direction. Here. Seraphine pulls a few chits out of his pocket. Catch. He slings them over to Bliss. That's all I could get for now. Working in your condition. Seraphine sighs. Please, I'm fine. Bliss looks at you apologetically. I know what it looks like, but I'm sorry. I can't work for free. Keeping this place going is bad enough. I get it. Seraphine nods. We're just thankful you toured us in. We aren't freeloaders. Bliss looks between the two of you. I'll let you two catch up. They turn to you. I'm glad you're awake. We were worried. They pat you on the shoulder and glide back down the corridor. With Bliss gone, silence descends on you and Seraphine. Both of you unsure what to say. Where's Junie? She's probably on the ship, working on that deck of hers. Seraphine looks out at the ship. She's been useful. Not sure we would have got that distress signal out without her. What do you remember? He looks at you with a concern. Lane. Seraphine grimaces at the mention of his name. Lane. He shakes his head. Seraphine looks out at the rig. He takes a breath, steeling himself for what he has to say. Hexport is... He clears his throat. It's gone. He flinches. What do you mean, gone? It's gone. Seraphine catches your eye. Dropped off the map. No signals apart from one sent from fleeing ships. He frowns. I don't know what happened. No one does. Your mind skips, unable to focus on the information you have just been told. You think of the constant activity of the bends, the rumbles of Factory Row. Karsten, gone. By the time Bliss reached us, we had drifted out of range. They couldn't have seen it go up. But I saw Sleeper. Something exploded, white hot. He rubs his arms, suppressing a shiver. A moment later, the shockwave was on us. The rig was crippled. Engine kept firing, but guidance went offline, sending us arcing out across the belt. He drops a hand inside his jacket, pressing against the bandage on his side. I managed to get her under control, but not before we started spinning. My restraints came loose, and you were even strapped in, so we both got scrambled. He smiles a weak smile. Felt like being trapped in an auto wash. He turns back to you. I'm impressed you made it, to be honest. A flesh and blood human would have been smashed to pieces. He goes silent, the image a little too raw for him to continue. I can't believe it. You and all the belt, Seraphine says. All anyone is seeing is debris and radiation. I picked up a lot of ship transponders before the rig went offline. Maybe some people got out. He stops, unable to add anything more. You both float in silence for a moment. So we lost our tail? Seems like it. He looks away. At least that shockwave would have burned our trail out of the belt for now. We already owe Bliss for the work they did on the rig. And it isn't finished yet. A few more cycles, I've been told. Bliss won't hold us hostage, but I don't like to skip out without paying. Even if we could get the rig started up. He rubs his necklace between his fingers. Bad karma. Beyond that, we need work, fuel, supplies. We need to make sure you are okay. He continues off the issues on his fingers. After that, he shrugs. I haven't heard of anyone coming after us, and if they did, they'd have come through Hexport, or what's left of it. He looks away. The Force Spindle is way out of Lane's territory anyway. They call this bit of the belt the Wash, and the stations here run differently to Darkside. So for now, we have some freedom. Seraphine sighs. Freedom to go broke, starve, and get into even more trouble, that is. In all honesty, I was hoping you might have some ideas. He pats you on the shoulder. Let's look for a contract. You won't hear any complaints from me, he smiles. We won't be able to fly out of here for a few cycles yet, but it won't hurt us to have something lined up. He pauses and looks away. Seraphine pauses and stares down. Look, Sleeper. He rubs his side. I'm not sure I can work right now. I just got kicked out of a salvage yard for passing out on the job. He looks away. Even with the pain meds, I've been able to scare up. I can fly, that's for sure. He stares abstinently at the rig. We are going to need some crew if you want to do any serious work. He chews his lip. I'm sorry. Don't be. Seraphine nods. Thanks, Sleeper. He turns away. I'm going to take a rest on the rig. I'm wiped out. You look out at the rig as he leaves. The warmth and softness of your waking moments now feeling like a distant memory. Is this what you wanted? Freedom? A chance to work for yourself? Not Lane? Well, here it is, with all the problems and complications you could imagine. And at what cost? Could Lane have wiped out Export just to try and end you? You shiver at the thought. But if not Lane, then who? Theories cloud your mind. Push them away. Now is not the time for theories. You take a breath. Time to make a plan. You have gained some glitch. Glitch is a penalty you gain from preparing dice, and from Lane's attempts to hack your system. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You can have a maximum of 6. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitch dice at the start of the cycle. Each time you roll a glitch dice, you clear 1 level of glitch. A glitch dice has an 80% chance of a negative outcome when used, and a 20% chance of a positive outcome. Well, why the hell would I use it? You find Junie in the airlock. New drive available? You find Junie in the airlock, her small collection of things crammed into her bag. I was coming to see you, I promise. She looks nervous. I was waiting for you to wake up, but Seraphine said you were okay, so... Can't use my controller for some reason. That's okay. She smiles. Thank you, Sleeper. I'm glad you're feeling better. While you were out, she pauses. The concern for you is obvious. I was doing some digging. It seems that core, the Solheim one, isn't the only one out there. I am going to keep looking to find another one. I'm not giving up. She takes a breath. But I'm going alone. I understand. Yeah. She nods. It makes sense. Good luck, Sleeper. And tell Seraphine goodbye for me. Let her go. Well, she rubs the back of her neck. See you around. You watch her drift away down the docking tunnel and into the far spindle, with questions still bouncing around your head. Maybe if your paths crossed again, you might be able to get some of them answered. Spin it around. Is there anything else here? Spindle core. Oh, there's quite a bit. Let's go look around. These dice though, my dice are fucked. What am I supposed to do then? Why would I want to use those dice? Or do I not have... Do I not have a choice? Maybe I should rest. I don't know. I don't know if this is gonna help. Not really, no. I guess it kinda did, but... I guess I just gotta go for it with 2 dice. So I've still no way to repair my dice, have I? It's something that's going to be on my rig that I haven't... Like, it's not here. I can't, like, buy it here, can I? Nothing else for it. Not sure what else I can do. Oh wait, I can actually spend some points. Let's get some more. Should we balance things out, maybe? Yeah, let's get some interface. I don't see the point in risking the glitched dice because it has an 80% negative outcome. You awake to the sound of blurring proximity alarms. You quickly unstrap from your bunk and dizzily glance around. Lane? Bounty hunters? You kick off and glide to the door. As you do, Bliss pops their head. Why is it there? I don't get it. It's one person. Bliss pops their head around the corner. Sorry. They look a little sheepish. In all honesty, it's not my fault. Your wiring's all backward. It takes you a moment to understand what's happening. You steady yourself against the door frame. Sorry, I'm just a little jumpy. I get it. Bliss looks down. Didn't mean to wake you. It takes you a while to get ready and drift down the mess to see what's happening. By then, Bliss has turned off all the alarms. You find them unspooling wires from a hatch you'd never previously noticed in the mess's ceiling. Sorry again, Sleeper. The voice comes through the ceiling panels, muffled and dull. You settle at a stool, neatly tucking your legs behind the crossbar. How are the repairs coming? Bliss spins deftly, hooking her legs into the open ceiling so that, from your perspective, they are hanging upside down. Almost done, if you can believe that. Their messy hair floats around their head. A couple of cycles worth of diagnostics and I'll be happy enough to release her back to you. A yawning Seraphim drifts in. He looks between the two of you, amused. What are you both doing up so early? You and Bliss exchange amused looks. What? Seraphim asks. You didn't hear the alarm? He shrugs. Heavy sleeper. He drifts over to the mess's cupboards to hunt for some breakfast. You turn back to Bliss, but they have disappeared back into the ceiling panels. Before long, the mess is filled with the shrill screech of a power tool. Seraphim looks totally unaffected and hooks himself onto a stool, lazily sucking at a ration pouch while he taps away at his slate. The screech finally stops. After a while, you kick off from your stool. Time to head out. Bliss rushes after you, stopping you in the passageway before you can leave. I have something I want to show you. Bliss leads you off the main corridor into a corner of the ship you didn't remember visiting before. You come into a room with low, sloped ceilings. A single round window illuminating some neat tool storage, and a workbench set into the wall. Yes, it's the workbench. This is exactly what I needed, the workbench. Look, Bliss begins. I'm no specialist, but I'm a quick learner, and good at repairs. They smile. And I think you have need for me. They glance at you, at a tear in the thick vinyl skin of your arm. Can I take a look? Okay. They smile and lead you towards the workbench. They turn your arm, looking at the tear from all angles. They reach over the workbench and take a small sealant gun from the rack. You look at the setup. It's basic, but it looks clean and well organized. They gently close the tear with sealant, pressing the edges together so it closes up neatly. After they are done, they release your arm and you can barely see the scar. Bliss admires their work. See? They smile. I know it's more serious than a tear. Bliss folds their arms, but I can handle it. They turn and search through a set of metal drawers for a moment. Here. They produce a couple of carefully machined, pristine components. We're saving these for an important job. They wink. I guess I just found it. Bliss pushes the component into your hands. Take them. When you are ready, come up here and we'll fix you up. These are our rare find though. In future we might have to make do with something lower quality. They wince. You can find scrap components at most scrapper ships, like that one that's hanging around the underhang. The better the components, the easier they'll integrate with your system. Bliss leans on the bench. Bliss leans on the workbench. I'll do my best to keep you running. Thank you. Don't worry about it. They shrug. You are a guest in my bay, and I can't have my guest bodies collapsing now, can I? Plus, I think it benefits me if you think of me as indispensable. Bliss smiles. I should get back to fixing the ship. They leave you in the workshop among the simple tools, considering the particular qualities of your new friend. Oh yeah, we got the workshop. Dice repair is now available. Oh yeah. You can repair your dice at the rig workshop. You can only repair dice which are fully broken. Repairs require either scrap components or rare components. The better components you use, the less glitches you will suffer. You cannot repair dice during a contract. I ain't got no... Oh wait, what's that? Oh, two rare components. So I haven't got the dice back then? Okay. Let's carry on. Let's carry on. This was what I was doing before, isn't it? Yeah. Come on, baby, go! I did it. You have gotten to know the community that have settled in the Underhang and their humble neighborhood. Sweet! Okay. Time to rest. So supplies are never used during or after cycles then. So it's all starting to make sense now. I thought it would be a difficult game to get my head around, but I'm slowly getting there. You jerk suddenly awake. Again? A fragment is lodged in your mind, a shard of sound, of signal, a tone. It resonates like tinnitus, obviously internal, inescapable. You look down to see your hands blurred, your fingers dancing as if they were typing. Your fingers flap like caught birds, take control. It takes all your focus to settle them. You force yourself back into them, a sensation like squeezing on a tight pair of gloves. You flex your hands a little to feel them, test them. What was that? You take a deep breath to calm yourself, but as you do, you are reminded that you don't need to breathe. It is a claustrophobic sensation that you cannot shake. You get up, push off the wall, pull on your clothes, anything to escape the dreams that hover there at the back of your mind. Seraphim drifts in casually, heading to his bunk to grab something. You can't strike the same strange sensation that he has just drifted into your mind. That has just drifted into your mind. He shoots you a glance. I said, "Are you okay?" He gives you a concerned look. You look terrible. Not really. You mumble a response. You need to talk to me, Sleeper. Seraphim gives you a look. He sighs. I know something's happened. Back when we were leaving Hexport. The explosion? Not the explosion. He shakes his head. I saw it, Sleeper. Saw something change in your eyes. He pauses, looking for the right way to explain. They were cold. Fixed. I've never seen that before. He looks away. Back when we first met, I knew at once you were human. I knew because of your eyes. I'd never met a sleeper before, but I knew immediately that you were no machine. It was obvious. But then, on the rig, he shivers. I couldn't see that anymore. I don't know what happened. What did it feel like? He gives you a curious look. You close your eyes and recall the moment. You remember Lane's voice, the rig hot and close, the numbness, and then you see it glittering in the non-space of your mind. Thin and bright, like spider's silk, a thread. Sleeper. Seraphine's voice interrupts your thoughts. You open your eyes to his irritated face. Are you even listening? We need to get you checked up. We need to know what's happening. Seraphine gives you a stubborn stare. This isn't just about you. This is my business. Wrong. You have a ship, a crew. He sighs. We need to know what's happening out here. We need to know what's happening here. I've been asking around. Seraphine's face is set with determination now. There's another station near this one. Flotsam. It's a mess. An accumulation of wrecks and docked ships. But it also houses some of the best artificers in the wash. We should go there as soon as the rig is ready. Okay, I'll go. Thank you. Look, he pauses. I know I don't know what it's like to be a sleeper. I understand there are things you can't tell me, can't show me. But I do know how fear can keep you from doing what you need to do. I'm not going to nag you about it, he sighs. But it needs to be done. He passes by you as he leaves the bunks, squeezing your shoulder as he does, leaving you to your thoughts. You finish getting dressed, feeling your body. It's strangeness, even though you wish you didn't. At the very best, you think you need to find someone who can stop you falling apart. Maybe Flotsam is not such a bad idea. You push the thought to the back of your mind. There's a cycle ahead, and the rig isn't ready. When it is, then you'll see. Okie dokie. Let's go again. Nice. You have an understanding of the core's layout now, but you are also totally exhausted. Time for a rest. The Force Spindle lives up to its name. Its tall stature making it a real effort to travel from end to end. The local solution to this problem are the transit tunnels, massive tubes bolted onto the outside of the spindle that allow for rapid passage from bottom to top. As you find yourself in one of these cavernous passages, bulky cargo haulers rushing by, you start to wonder if braving them is worth the effort. Back up. The shaft rattles down the bare transit corridor like a gunshot, and is rapidly followed by a crunching impact. You spin back, pushing yourself against the side of the wide cylindrical passage. As you do, a hauler glides past, sending a rippling wave of air across you in its wake. When the roar subsides, you hear a string of expletives coming from nearby. A A spiky looking figure clutching some oddly shaped open frame objects gestures wildly at the vehicle as it glides away. Dickhead. He spits an impressive glob of saliva down the tunnel, and it spirals in 0G. She turns to you in her anger. You see that? Tried to slam me into the wall. Total dickhead. She nods firmly. No shit. Haulers hate us. She sniffs and looks you up and down. Not supposed to be in the transit system without a vehicle. She squints. Not like I care, but maybe you do. Right, sorry. Like I said, don't care. She rolls one of her shoulders, stretching it out. You're new here, right? Is it that obvious? She shrugs sympathetically. Nothing to be ashamed of. Let me give you a tip. She begins checking her open frame vehicle, tightening bolts and untangling pipes. Avoid the haulers. Dickheads, a lot of them. Especially the water haulers. Think they're better than everyone. Don't mess with the stevedores, though. They're good people. Get treated like shit by everyone else just like us. She rapidly plugs and unplugs a series of connectors. They'll show you the shortcuts. She looks up and never ever get in a Spindlejack's way. She smiles, spinning the vehicle in her hand. Spindlejack? She thumps her chest. You're looking at one. She pauses, considering something. Then, suddenly, she reaches into one of her many pockets and pulls out a small, transparent rectangle punched with holes. Text glints within it, reading, Cadet, Stripline Express. You take it. Cadet. She flexes proudly. That's me. Stripline is my outfit. Kamal's the dispatcher. Small outfit. But we punch above our weight. Dispatch is here in the Spindle's core, but I run the transit tunnels up and down the Spindle 10 times a cycle. You need anything moving on the Spindle? Data, tech, messages too hot for the hardline? Come find me. You're a courier? Got it in one. She kicks off the wall and mounts her bike, triggering a small burst of compressed air that keeps herself steady in the transit passage. You hear a buzz of distorted speech from what you assume is her dispatcher. Cadet angles her head to her communicator and mutters back into it. Gotta hop, sleeper. She looks over at you, and something flickers in her eyes. Any idea? Or perhaps just a realization. You might be able to help me with something. Package that's been bothering me. She squints down the passage. Come to the office at Stripline in a few cycles and I'll show you. Sure. We'll call it a favour on account of me saving you from being flattened by a hauler. She winks. Now, you better get out of here before another hauler tries to squish you. You step back as she twists the handlebars, and a burst of air sends her flying down the transit corridor at an unsettling speed. You watch her go, slightly caught off guard by her final remarks. What would a courier need for you? You turn the idea over in your head as you find a way out of the transit corridor, back to the safety of the main concourse. Oh, I see. It's a fancy bike that she had. Right, so... so this is... Right, so we're done up here then. Oh no. Let's have a go. As you glide through the Pinnacle docks, you hear shouting echoing down the corridor. You tentatively change direction, your eyes fixed ahead as the passage widens out into a large bay. Others rush past you, heading towards the commotion. Your eyes are drawn by the bay's vast viewing window, which is currently being spattered with glittering shards of ice. In front of it, a dock worker is shouting to anyone who will listen. Spacers, workers of the Far Spindle, we need your urgent assistance. The water carrier Springtide has suffered heavy damage in its transit from Wellspring. He takes a breath. All able hands, we need you to help secure the cargo. Without this water, Far Spindle will struggle to support you. He looks desperately at the crowd. Please, any who are able to help, please make yourself known. Behind him, a corona of ice ejects from one of the tanks, drawing a pale halo around the ship. A handful of experienced-looking spacers push through the crowd towards the front, and dock workers start to direct them to nearby bridges. You watch the scene unfold, hesitant in the face of making someone else's problem your own. So, does sleeping replenish food? Shall we test that theory? No, it doesn't. As you drift lazily down the ship's mess, you hear raised voices. You steel yourself for a moment at the entrance, then slip inside. Seraphine sits, hooked onto his usual stool, his slate glowing beside him. He is shaking his head as you enter. Bliss, meanwhile, is floating freely, and gesticulating sharply as they explain something wrong, something important. I don't see why not. Bliss chops at the air. It's not like you have an alternative. We can get the cryo. It'll take time, but we can get it. That was the deal. Seraphine speaks calmly, trying to placate Bliss. Sleeper. Bliss spots you entering, and they turn to Seraphine. Let's see what Sleeper thinks about it. About what? They both fall silent for a moment. Seraphine sighs. The rig's ready, Sleeper. Bliss gestures around the mess. I fixed it. Hell, I've improved it. She's purring thanks to me. Now, wouldn't you say, having done such an incredible job, I deserve to be paid properly for my work? A calculated look crosses their face. A refit and retune like this would typically cost my clients hundreds of cryo, even if I was feeling charitable. Seraphine sighs loudly. He knows where this is going. See, I could make you pay, and maybe you could even scrape the cryo up. But not without taking a contract and taking this ship off station, leaving me in the lurch. We wouldn't do that, Seraphine starts. Bliss holds up a hand and shush him. So I have a proposition, one that clears the deck completely. They pause. I will turn around the open sign on this little bay of mine and join up with you. You keep me in work, give me my split, and give me transit to wherever you're headed. I'll even keep this rig of yours working for free. They shrug. What could be better than that? Us paying and being on our way, with no hangers on. Seraphine folds his arms and looks at you. Tell them, Sleeper. Actually, we could use their help. Bliss grins at Seraphine. See, Sleeper gets it. You can use my help. I'm an excellent engineer, a tidy shipmate, and a half-decent chef. I'm done with Far Spindle. I'm done taking not enough jobs for not enough cryo. On a station where I know nobody. They pause, satisfied. You're welcome. Seraphim holds up his hands. Look, we appreciate... We are on the run, Bliss. Trust me, you are better off here. He gives them a serious look. Even telling you this could put you in danger. Bliss pauses. Then they start laughing. On the run? They shake their heads, smiling. You expect me to be scared off by the goofy shit, that goofy shit? It's true. Bliss just shrugs. This system is at war. The belt is spiraling into crisis. Everyone's got something. I know you were at Hexport. Seraphim looks at them open-mouthed, searching for a retort. What happened there? Who's to say it won't happen here? I'm not sitting around watching this all play out any longer. They take a deep breath. Something has to give. Bliss turns to Seraphim. Look, you've done your due diligence or whatever. You're on the run. I've been warned. I accept the risk. That's it. At the end of the day, your ship is clamped into my bay, so unless you know my encryption protocols, there's not much left to discuss. Seraphim shakes his head, a small smile crossing his face. They've got us there. He looks at you and then at Bliss. Looks like we've gained a crewmate. He unhooks from his stool, but I'm moving to the engine room, and he drifts towards the bunks to gather his things. You and Bliss exchange a nervous look. Sleeper. Welcome aboard. Bliss smiles and gives you a half-hearted mock salute. You leave Bliss in the galley and head for the cockpit. The rig is ready to fly again, but the question is where to take her next. Seraphim mentioned Flotsam. A short starward journey from here. As a busy station where you might find an artificer to help diagnose your glitches and errors. Sunward, meanwhile, is the Helion Gate, an abandoned and uninhabited megastructure left over from the Solheim days. Maybe good for salvage, but not an easy place to survive. And beyond that, well, as they say, the belt is wide, and at least now you have a functioning ship. You have unlocked the belt map. Go to the map and press belt button to travel to other hubs and discover new parts of the starboard belt. Interesting. Very nice. Right, so I can use supplies for food, or I can spend cryo at the canteen. Got it. But is it... Wait a minute, so... Oh. So I can't do anything else here? Oh. Earn a meal. Oh. So I can work for food? Nice. Sorry, Charlie. Oh, my dog wants to get up on the chair next to me. I bought a... Yeah, there we go, Charlie. Oh, 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 try again. Oh, oh, yeah, yeah, oh. There we go. I bought a little chair so my dogs can sit next to me when I'm at the table. Little dog Charlie. She's a cute pupper. So, let's do this then. I don't want to use this dice, but fuck, it just seems like a... It's just... I don't want to use it on danger, do I? There we go. Let's do this one. Come on, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby. I've got one upgrade point. Nice. So that's that completed. And we have 2 points. Do I save them or just use them over here? I think I'll save them. So, is that complete? Yeah, so I've explored. Flotsam, potential crew. Spend time. Is that where we are? Gaia's Gyre? Gaia's Gyre? I guess I'll come back to that when I actually need the food. Wait for cadet. Okay. Oh, so that's the... I have to wait for a cycle then. Okay, where's this? Help with repairs? Oh, it's the... This is what I'm good at. I can't use that though. There's no way to repair that. Your current level of glitch is represented by the glitch clock to the right of the dice. Okay. You can have a maximum of 6. Glitch is a penalty you gain from repairing dice and from Lane's attempts to hack your system. Each level of glitch you gain will increase your chance of rolling a glitched dice. Each time you roll a glitched dice, you clear one level of glitch. A glitched dice has an 80% chance. Right, so rolling a glitched dice will put the glitch clock down. You may also gain permanent glitch, for example when breaking all your dice on the risky difficulty. Your number of permanent glitches is represented in red on the glitch clock to the right of your dice. You have a maximum of 6. Permanent glitch is not expended when a glitch dice is rolled and cannot be fixed or otherwise removed. Ah, fuck it, I'm gonna take a chance, see what happens. So I lost food, basically. Okay. The Far Spindle is an exhausting place to find freelancers. There is no shortage of spaces here. Corridors and bays throng with crew inbound and outbound, on or between contracts, trading stories, contacts and materials. But whatever language, appearance or core identifies someone as worth signing on with, you don't seem to have it. Perhaps it is because you are a new face, or are noticeably unsure. Or perhaps it is because you are a sleeper. You push the thought to the back of your mind and instead focus on what's in front of you. The vast cylindrical tank at the center of Gaia's gear. The first time you entered the bar, you floated open-mouthed, much like all the new arrivals do, at the sight of the huge kelp stack, the biggest you have ever seen. Even now, your eyes fixed on the fronds of seaweed that wave in circulating water beyond the curve of dirty glass, you find it impressive. You take a sip of the harsh, saline-scented rack from its magnetic vessel, secured to the bar. As you suck on the straw, your eyes following the shifting fronds, you hear someone clearing their throat beside you at the bar. Hypnotic, isn't it? The voice is low and rumbling, and it comes from the large figure on the stool next to you. The fluorescent lights behind the bar glint in his eyes, shining up onto his wide, rough face. I've heard talking, you're hiring. I've heard talk, you're hiring. The figure turns to face you. You don't recognize him, but in the shifting light of Gears Gaia, that isn't surprising. That's right. He smiles. Well, today's your lucky day, my friend. He clicks his drink to the magnetic bar with a swift clink. Eugene, currently freelance. He turns on his stool and leans back a little. The effect is clearly meant to press on you his size, and you have to admit it works. Served on a whole slate of crews out of the Spindle. Cutters, mercs, extractors. He smiles and places a broad hand on his chest. Broad skill set, good work ethic, sense of humour, the full package. Humble too. He clucks with his tongue, smiling. I like you already. We're going to get on. I'll run anything out of the Far Spindle. I'm tough and quiet, and you won't need to worry about me. He folds his arm across his chest. What kind of work are we talking about? Before you can answer, a voice echoes out from behind you. Eugene! You look over your shoulder for the source of the shout. Busy as ever, I see. A group of 3 spacers drift up behind you. one of them placing a heavy hand on your shoulder. She is fitted with matte metal optical implants, and you cannot see her eyes. The caustic light from the tank plays across her face. Too busy to keep in touch, she sighs. I really don't like it when I have to come and find you. Vesna. Eugene nods politely at her, not betraying any strong reaction. Do I look like I'm socializing? He shakes his head. This is a meeting. Oh, a meeting. Vesna squeezes your shoulder. Is that what this is? Yes, Vesna. We are talking about your delivery, in fact. Eugene smiles widely. My friend here is being very helpful. He shoots you a knowing glance. That's right. Vesna turns to you with a raised eyebrow. But before she can speak, Eugene cuts in. This sleeper has a unique ability to extract data. Eugene smiles at Vesna. Exactly the kind of data you have been asking for. So, if we can just get back to it, Eugene gestures towards you, then I can deliver what you need. You know, Eugene, I'm pretty tired of this whole act. She gestures dismissively at him. But in the end, it doesn't matter. She drops a hand from your shoulder to her belt. Your eyes follow it down, and you see a dark boxy shape there, a weapon. You either deliver by the deadline, or you don't. And when you don't, she smiles tightly. I'll be happy to take you through the consequences. Until then, she shoots you a final glance. Chat to whoever the hell you want. Vesna and the two spacers flanking her glide out of the bar, and Eugene watches them go with little emotion. So, Eugene's smile returns. You were about to hire me. Don't get ahead of yourself. Eugene sighs. I'm serious about working. Are you serious about hiring me? I want to know what that is about. Vesna? He shrugs. She's just trying to rush me, that's all. I won't be working with her again. He pausing, choosing his words carefully. Of course, I can't talk about the particulars. You understand? Vesna just wants to scare you off. She likes to cause me trouble. Eugene looks away, out of the door of the bar. Let's not let her. He pauses in silence for a moment. Let's just pause for a moment for this music. Really good. Love it. He pauses in silence for a moment, still looking away. You try to get a read on him, but his face is blank. Only his glittering's hint at some rapid internal activity. He turns back to you and meets your eye. A sudden shift in his manner obvious. If you need a crew, you need to work. If you need to work, you need cryo. Is that right? He doesn't stop for your answer. Well, I can offer both hard work and a good contract with a payout. You take me with you on this job of mine, and we split the take. He looks down, thinking. Hell, if you do, I'll consider signing on long term. He smiles. Think of that. No more recruiting. What's the job? What's the job? What's the job? I'm Jason Statham. I'm Jason straight to DVD Statham. What's the job? Yeah, I put a crew together. What's the job? Salvage. He leans in. I know of a wreck untouched by the local crews, which recently turned up in the wash. It's just a little sunward from here. But it's disabled. Transponder makes it invisible to anyone who doesn't know it's there. Had to squeeze the location out of a contact, but I'll share it with you for a straight split. Take me and your crew and we'll claim it all. It's going to be a good payout. He winks. A really good one. What's the catch? Eugene frowns. No catch. He leans back and looks around the bar. Happy to take the offer elsewhere. I just felt like you were the right captain for this one. I'll be ready to go whenever you are like. Eugene pauses. As a show of good faith, I'll also fly out with you on any job from the far spindle. But I'm not leaving the station with you yet. Not till we get my job done first. After that we can talk flying together. No need to rush into it. He shakes your hand firmly, his palm rough and pitted. Then he turns back to his drink. You slip out of the bar, looking to see if Vesna is nearby. You don't spot her among the passing crews, but you can't help but imagine eyes on you in the bar. You shake it off, having become familiar with the feeling of being observed. What matters is you have found yourself a crew member and a contract. Whether either will come good, however, remains to be seen. Oh, I see. Right, so quick vape. So is there anything else to do on this station? Help with repairs? Well, I need to rest, don't I? Sleeper. Cadet drifts from the shadows outside Bliss's Bay, looking around nervously as she approaches. Seems like I'm going to need to call in that favour. Her face is pale and deathly serious. Are you okay? She doesn't seem to hear you, distracted by a group of spacers gliding noisily down the passage behind her. He waits until they pass. Someone hits stripline. No idea where Kamal is. Bunch of goons tearing the place apart as we speak. She screws up her face in pain. Even tried to grab me, but those muscle heads are slow. Who would attack a courier? No idea. She shakes her head. These were typical renter thugs. Could have been anyone with chits to burn. Remember that package I asked for your help with? The one that was bothering me? Remember you mentioning it. I reckon it's got something to do with it. The job was a bust, an express run all the way to the underhang. But when I got there, no one home. She's whispering now, leaning closer. The place was smashed up, like someone got there first. Should have dumped the package and run, but I brought it back like a good girl. Stashed it in a safe spot at Stripline. Thought the sender might come to recover it, and when they didn't, well, I got curious. Popped it open. She shakes her head. Stupid thing to do. Inside was a drive encrypted to hell and back. When I ran into you, well, I heard sleepers are good with data, with tech. So I thought you might be able to take a look at it. She shrugs. Now Stripline's trash too. Here's the thing. She glances around. Back when I popped it open, I noticed the drive had a dispatch marker. Hex port. Could it be connected to hex port getting atomized? Yeah. That's where I'm at too. This thing was sent out from there just before it got cooked. She pauses. And with the kind of attention I've been getting the past couple of cycles, she slips a hand terminal from her bag, taps a couple of times, then holds it up to you. Cadet stares out at you from the screen, straight-faced and paled. Beside her picture, you see in block capitals, Spindlejack, KD754. In breach of 4-spindle code B12 plus F34. Reward for information leading to capture. Considered dangerous. Dickheads blasted it out on the transit channels. Every Spindlejack hauler and freight carrier is going to be watching for me. She pulls back the hand terminal angrily, stuffing it away in her bag. Something's going on. Anyone who can help? She looks away. Spindlejacks don't make friends easily. And now all the couriers I do know are looking to turn me in for a payout. She snaps her head to the side, her eyes flashing with anger. Why do you think I'm here? It's time for that favor, Sleeper. She meets your eye. My connections are burned. Hell, my whole career is gone. I need to fight back. If I walk away, there's nothing to walk away to. She softens a little. I need your help. What can I do? I need you to get the drive. She takes a breath. If they want it that much, then I can use it to buy my way out of this shit show. And I tucked it away somewhere safe. So guesses they haven't got it yet. You just slip in, I'll give you the location, and pull the thing out. She folds her arms. Should be simple. So why don't you do it? They are gonna be watching for me, as is everyone in the transit net tunnels. I wouldn't make it past the core. Look, this thing turns out to be worth something. You'll get your due. All I want is my life back. The drive is in the workshop. There's a loose panel behind the airbag rack. She leans in. It's taped to the back of the fuse box inside. I've got to keep heading down Spindle to the overhang, past the end of the transit tunnel. No one will rat me out there. He glances around. I'll come find you when it's done. I've still got some network access. I'll know when you go in. She winks, offering no further explanation. My bike's locked up nearby. I'm gonna hop. She pauses. Do me this favor, then we are clear. Stay safe. Doing my best, Sleeper. She gives you a mock salute. She slips back into the shadows, and a few moments later you hear the percussive pulse of an airbag accelerating away. You know at least what it's like to be on the run. To flee your life. And in that, you feel an empathy, a connection with Cadet. But from every other angle, this thing looks like bad news. The kind of sensible person would steer well clear from. And perhaps you would steer well clear if it wasn't for one detail that has stuck in your mind. The drive is from Hexport. Is all that enough to send you down to Stripline in search of that drive? Only time will tell. I've got one cycle left before I have to go. Did it. Springtime seems to be stable now, even if a huge amount of water has been lost in the process. You watch from the docking bay's viewing window as the crumbled, vast hull of the Springtide is finally welded shut by a score of bright torches flickering against its side. Everywhere I look, I see a crisis. The voice comes from beside you, and you turn to see a man floating there, watching the repair work. You don't recognize him. If you can hear some funny sounds, it's because it's my dog being silly behind me. I saw you out there, helping the crew. What are you doing, you monster? He turns to you with a serious look. The far spindle needs that water. You aren't wrong. He pauses, watching you carefully. I haven't seen you on the spindle before. What, if I may ask, is your business here? I'm running a crew. He nods. I see. Springtide is my ship. His face remains impassive. At least I am her captain. I do not own her. The Lotic Syndicate, my employer, was the one to put her into service. Glad to meet you. He bows his head gently. You have my thanks for assisting with the repairs. We were caught by some autonomous Conway munitions. He looks out at his ship. The Wellspring run is getting more dangerous every cycle. And after Hexport, he pauses. I do not expect things to improve. You both quiet for a moment. I thought there's a typo there. You are both quiet for a moment. The loss of the station still inspiring silence in anyone who mentions it. Tell me, Malik meets your eye. As a sleeper, do you feel you have advantages over others? Or does your particular condition provide only weaknesses? Advantages, of course. He nods. Certainly you showed this with your work on the Springtide. He gestures towards the Springtide. Your work on my ship only evidences your abilities. You far outperformed even my own crew. He looks to you, angling his head in deference. In conditions that are usually deadly. Sadly, despite even your good work, our losses have been great, and the administration at the Far Spindle are not happy. We are to be impounded here until the Lotic Syndicate fulfills the agreed water freight. He frowns at the crumpled-looking ship. This war continues to pressure the belt. What will you do? This is where you are needed, Sleeper. Malik folds his arms. My crew tells me you have a ship. You have workers. This is what I need. As we fled from the Conway attack, our navigator registered something of great interest. A water-rich asteroid, one I believe is previously unknown to the syndicates. He comes a little closer. For now, I have sworn him to secrecy, as I must you. But if this asteroid could be surveyed, its value confirmed, it would more than make up for the shortfall of the Springtide. He pauses thoughtfully. Let him continue. I want you to survey the asteroid for me. It is a simple enough job, but its location, so close to the edge of the wash, is problematic. However, you have shown yourself to be very competent. If you are careful, there is no reason you should have problems with Conway, or any other hostile party for that matter. Hostile party? Malik shrugs. The wash is where the orbits of the inner system and starboard belt conspire to bring vessels, objects, and all kinds of wanderers together. It is a territory of opportunists. I will, of course, reimburse you with a portion of the fee the Far Spindle administration are withholding from me. 250 cryo is my offer. How will your employer feel about that? The Lotic Syndicate only cares that its water is delivered and its fees paid. I am free to make sure this happens in a timely and efficient manner as I see fit. Malik passes you a thumbnail drive. Here are details on the tests I need you to run for the survey. A sample core of ice from deep within the asteroid should give you enough material to work with. You notice a member of the Springtide's crew waiting quietly at a distance, and Malik nods to them discreetly. This is a delicate matter, Sleeper. Survey the rock, and on your return, broadcast the results to my personal terminal. The frequency is in that data. He pauses, meeting her eye. The results go to me, only me. Then once the matter is resolved, you will be paid. I am needed. He nods to the crew member. But I expect you to have all you need. He pauses. I've enjoyed watching you work, Sleeper. Impress me again. And with that, he bows a little and drifts away to meet his crew member. After watching him go, you turn back to the Springtide, still impressive despite being scarred with curls of ice and shiny with fresh welds. You imagine any captain of a ship like that has been through a lot to get where they are. That makes them a valuable ally or a dangerous adversary, depending on where you are. You hope with Malik you can find your way to being the former. So that's it, isn't it? That can earn me some credits. So I need to do this, don't I? But I don't think I have time. Charlie, don't start. I need to buy some supplies, don't I? Charlie, stop it. I guess I'll fuel up while I'm here. I've got more fuel space now. I wasn't sure what that would do. It's giving me some cryo at least. Something flickers in the back of your mind. You stop. You have to stop to blink it away. It is a tightness behind your left eye, an aching point that refuses to move. And then the voice begins, hissing through the background noise of the rig's systems, a new whine amongst the chorus of the life support and ventilation. Sleeper. The hiss brings Lane's sharp features to mind. I suppose you thought you had slipped my net. Export jumps into your mind, an image of the station, immolating in white light, though you were not conscious to witness it. You are distant. His voice hisses into white noise, but you are not free of me yet. I'm coming, Sleeper. The hiss drops, and I will retake control of what is mine. The closer I come to you, the more you will feel it. Lane moves your finger to tap your forehead. In here. Until you cannot resist. A bright smile, pale eyes, a growing hiss that hurts. Then the hiss is gone. The rig's suddenly quiet, the stinging tightness diffusing behind your eyes. But the fear remains. Sleeper, you good? Seraphine is there, floating by your berth. You were talking. Lane is coming. Seraphine looks alarmed. You feel him, right? He looks away. We can use that. Stay ahead of him. He squeezes your shoulder. We can do this. We are fast and smart. We keep moving. We don't stay anywhere for long. We find a way. He frowns. Somehow. You nod. You do not know how Lane is able to reach into your mind like this. How he is able to speak into you. But you want so desperately for it to stop. You must find out what he has done to you before it is too late. You must stay ahead of Lane at all costs. Lane is hunting you once again. His progress will be tracked by the hunt clock. If this is filled, he will catch up with you. It will increase once every cycle you spend in a hub. However, each time you travel, the hunt will be reduced by 3. If you keep moving, you can stay one step ahead of Lane. So I can still stay here then? And finish the jobs that I was doing? So I don't want that one. Signal station. I think that's just more work. Strip line. I need to complete this, don't I? So I'm better doing this. So I need some more food. Am I better just spending money on this rather than supplies? There's 15 for supplies, so... But this earns me a meal. So is it worth doing? Let's try. Wait, so... So I need positive outcomes to build up the meter at the bottom? Got it. You slide the loose panel away from the wall, letting it float there. Beside the airbag rack. Behind it, in the dark, you see the blinking lights of the fuse box. A noise nearby draws your attention for a moment. The scrape of a sliding door, maybe? Or just some old system, cycling in the walls. It took long enough to gain access to the strip line express bike garage, and longer still to find the safe route to the airbag racks. But you are almost there. You have seen and heard the hired muscles searching and guarding this place. But you have been lucky enough not to come face to face with them yet. You turn back to the darkness behind the panel. If what Cadet said is right, The drive is taped to the back of the fuse box in front of you. You reach through and around, slowly, carefully, and your hand settles on something cold and metallic in the dark. It is taped firmly to the box. You pull at it, but it doesn't budge. A quiet rattle echoes from the dispatch office next door, and you freeze for a second. It seems Cadet was a little too enthusiastic with the tape. In one quick, decisive movement, you rip the drive away from the fuse box. The tape tears cleanly, letting out a small growl but nothing more. Time to move. You slip the drive inside your coat and kick away from the wall, gliding back towards the maintenance corridor you entered from. You listen carefully as you do. You hear nothing but a satisfying silence. The cool darkness of the maintenance corridor is comforting as you tuck yourself inside and start carefully making your way to the back of the strip line. You shift through the maze of passages that brought you here. The doglegs and dead ends now familiar. Eventually you spot a thin slit of light ahead, marking the loose panel you leave it open to gain entrance. You take a deep breath, almost there. As you reach the gap you freeze, voices rumble from beyond, and peering through you see two figures in dark clothes searching the chaotic bay behind the strip line. Your eyes are drawn to the dark boxy weapon, one that holds at their side. Shit, you hiss silently to yourself, your eyes searching for a path through. Rush them! Without waiting, you shove the panel aside and kick hard off the wall, reaching out for the figure with the weapon. You slam into them, sending you both tumbling through the air. You kick out again and feel your foot connect with their face, slamming them into the floor and sending you spinning towards the far side of the bay and the public passage beyond. There's a hiss and the guttural chatter of a pressure valve as an airbag pulls up beside you in the passage. Cadet leans over and grabs the collar of your coat. Hop on. In a moment you are back on the back of the airbag, clutching the strap of Cadet's bag as she guns it down the passage, the air resistance almost ripping you from the thin seat. You lean against her back and let out a sigh, the drive pressing into your ribs beneath your jacket. You did it. Still alive back there? Cadet's voice brings you back from the hypnotic rhythm of the tunnel lights rushing past the airbag. She slows the bike with a rapid series of hisses, and you realise she has brought you back to the passage outside Bliss's Bay. You try to understand the route she took, a long loop through the branching transit tunnels of the station, but give up. You can let go now. She straightens up and you unhook your fingers from her bag strap, separating yourself from her back. You push off the bike gently and float into the passage behind her. You okay? Looks pretty rough back there. She smiles. Appreciate you putting it all on the line. Fuck. The dog has farted, man. Holy Jesus. Frankie. It's all good. She nods. You got the drive then? You fish the drive out of your jacket and hand it over. That's the one. She squints at it. Should have chucked it when I had the chance. You get your first look at it. And there's not much to see. A small lump of solid state memory with a few markers on the case. You spot a yellow hex among them. My eyes are burning. Jesus. We shouldn't hang around. Damn right. She slides her bag around her shoulder to the front and slots the drive neatly into her pocket. I know someone in the scatter yards who can crack anything. She'd be my first port of call to crack this thing open. She stretches her shoulder. And I should make myself scarce from the spindle anyway, before those dickheads catch up with me. Come with us. I appreciate the offer, but I think it's best if we go our separate ways for now. Two targets are harder to track than one. She cycles the pressure valve on the bike impatiently. Cadet leans in from her bike, squinting out of the viewing window at your ship behind. That's yours? She doesn't wait for an answer. If I'm not mistaken, that whole thing is going to struggle to reach the scatter yards unless you've added Hasnav suit. Added a Hasnav suit. Hasnav? Yeah. Belt between here and scatter yards is drawing in debris. Worst since export. You'll need hazard navigation to make the crossing safely. Lotic Syndicate created the tech to help their tankers cross the belt. Common knowledge. Cadet nods at your ship. Maybe if you head up to Wellspring, you can barter or steal a suit. She nods, adds casually. Here, Cadet unties a bag lashed to her bike frame and holds it out to you. Not enough here for a refit, but maybe you'll find some use for them. You take the bag and something clinks inside it as you do. You open it to see a couple of engine components. Was going to use them to boost her. She taps the frame of her bike, but you deserve them. She meets your eye, then looks away. Not like I'll be doing any runs for a while anyway. Thanks. It's nothing. Like I said, you deserve them. She flexes her fingers on the bike's handles, eager to be away. Cadet's air bike stutters and purrs, trembling in the air like an arrow ready to be loosed. See you around. She winks and guns the throttle, zipping off down the passage with a pulse of air that ripples through your clothes. You stir after her as she goes, the bag of components still hanging from your hand. Sorry guys, I realise I'm doing a terrible job of reading this, but I've been at this for like 4.5 hours now. I'm starting to get a little tired. You realise as you look down the passage that you never asked how Cadet plans to get to the scatter yards. That question, like a score of others, will have to wait until you run into her next. Although you have a feeling she will find a way to slip away before you can ask them next time. You head back towards your ship to store the components, idly wondering if you could justify buying an airbag to Seraphim as you do so. Right, so I think that's where I'm going to leave it for tonight, actually. We've had a good run at the game so far. I've had a good time. Seems like a really good game. Really enjoying it. Maybe I'll even do a review, who knows? Maybe that could be one of many goals that I have with this YouTube channel. I never like asking people to subscribe and stuff like that, but I think I have maybe one subscriber, so anybody who's made it this far clearly enjoyed either the game or my voice, or both. Maybe you hated it. Maybe you hated the game and my voice. But thumbs up, thumbs down, doesn't matter. It's all interaction that I need for this channel. So I'm not quite sure if I'm gonna... I'll probably split this up into different videos. I don't know how the algorithm works with YouTube and whether like it's better to have one huge fucking video, you know, like 10 hours long, or it's better to split it in parts. But yeah, I'm waffling now. Thanks for watching anyway. I'll see you in the next one.